Hey guys, I'm Sam from MTG Bazaar, and we got some early access to Edge of Eternities, which I'm really excited to play. I've got some standard deck lists for you guys to try out when it drops. We're really splitting this between two different sort of decks. One is decks that now exist because of Edge of Eternities cards and how we can build around those. And then the other one is decks that got improved a lot by the incoming mana and the rotation. So we did this one live, so feel free to just, jump around on the timeline there to find the decks that you're most interested in. All deck lists are in the description, and I hope you enjoy it. Thanks, guys. Alrighty. Okay, let's do a quick deck tech for this deck. So I initially called it Everybody Dies, and now it's called Black Red Void. But let's have a quick look at it. So essentially what we're doing here, it's a mostly mono black deck, and we're splashing red for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is this new card Plasma Bolt, which is sort of, if you can void, it is a lightning bolt, somewhat lightning bolt. It's sorcery, so somewhere between a chain lightning and a lightning bolt, and a fatal push in some ways. Hello, you okay? You hurt your leg? All right. Sorry. It's always funny when a dog, is just in bed and then hurts itself. I think she's alright though. They're probably going to be pretty disruptive today. Yo, Tutters, how we doing, mate? Hope you're doing good. Howdy, howdy. So yeah, this is our first deck list. So we're really just built around the Void mechanic. There are a few cards which, obviously from the new set, which are quite good, and all included. So Tragic Trajectory, Plasma Bolt, and Timeline Culler are all the sort of synergy pieces, as well as Hymn of the Faller as a card advantage piece. So what we're going to be trying to do here is turn these cards on, whilst also having this sort of graveyard synergy plan. Now, there's some weird choices in this deck list that I'm expecting people not to like that much. One of them is Fabled Passage. Now, that is in some ways to turn on Bloodghast, but at the same time, Black-Red actually has quite a bad mana base at the moment. So we're going to have to just give that a run and see if that's actually a restriction for a deck like this, and whether or not we need more, more colors, or like there's, a reason to play more colors and have about as bad mana anyway. So we'll work that one out. But other than that, it's got a bit of a self-mill plan. So Quag Feast, Overlord of the Balemurk, Fear of Missing Out, all ways of getting cards into the graveyard. And then you can obviously get Color and Bloodghast back. And then we also have Umbral Collar Zealot, a card that I really like, but also a card that I wasn't sure how many to play. So this card's really, really powerful as a sack outlet. In this deck, because you can get a lot of these guys back, Undead Sprinter, Timeline Culler, and Bloodghast all come back from the graveyard. So being able to sack things out to turn on Void and then get them back for free anyway, it seems like a really good ability. So it's possible that we should be playing one more of these, or, even the full four. So we'll just see how we go there. How you doing? How you doing? Hello. Definitely a bot. As well. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing good. Ben and Dylan doing some great content at the moment. So I hope you guys are having a good work day, which I'm assuming is what's going to be taking up most of your time. Umbral Collector is so smart here. Good choice. That was definitely your suggestion. I can only fit 2 in whilst getting all the other cards in. I think it's probably pretty likely that it's 4 of this and it's cutting some of the recursive threats, but I want to just give it a go first. So anyway, that sort of covers it. We can only do best of ones today, which I don't really like, but it's better than not getting anything. So hopefully it gives us some information, and we got plenty of more decks after this one, but we're going to start here. So let's get into it. As usual, I like me a pretty low to the ground aggressive deck, so it feels like it's a good place to start at least. I think I made something like 12 deck lists for today, but 6 I was happy with. So hopefully that will be enough. This is sort of close because these are actually, funnily enough, even though you can warp this from the graveyard, you can also warp it from hand. So we do have a 1-drop here, or 2 1-drops in a certain sort of sense, but they won't stick around, so let's mull that. This is much better. We'll keep 6, and I think I'm happy to throw a land back here. And let's just start with a Cecil. Nice little 1-2 curve. So what are we up against? Hex MTG and a Bushwhack for an additional forest is a somewhat unusual play, I guess, but that look cool. I like that graphic. That void graphic's pretty sweet. Another Bushwhack for another forest. Okay. Sure. Let's just attack. Nothing from them yet. So we can do Bloodghast or Overlord of the Balemurk. I think I'd prefer the Bloodghast here. It's about to get haste, which is nice, but... okay, Warden of the Grove stuff. So getting some counters. So here we get to, we get to start recurring these, which is nice. Let's hope that they block one of them so we can Hymn of the Faller. No, not interested in doing that. All right, let's Overlord then. Let's decline, and let's bring both of them back with the land. Hey yo, what's up, Candles? Yeah, I think we're happy with this. It's a nice amount of Bloodghast to have. Second Warden in the Grove. What a disgusting Overlord. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny when it's like just better not to take one of them. Oh, this is interesting now. So we can Quag Feast to kill something. They got 4 blockers. We got 5 attackers. So let's just kill the big dude. And that turns on the him. But we don't really have anything we can get. We could get like Red Source, Plasma Bolt. But even in that case, I think it's still better to attack. So let's just attack first. Okay. Yeah, let's him here. I don't want the swamp necessarily. Okay, so we got a lot of haste, guys, for next turn. Particularly if we draw a land. I suppose we could have kept the swamp there, but I think I'm happy enough with this. About to flip a Cecil as well. Yeah, hello. Synchronized charge. Okay. I wonder if we just die out of nowhere here. So that's 9 damage. It's 11 damage. Okay. You win, butthole. I wonder if my head is better off down there than it is where it is at the moment. Might just muck around with this scene a little bit. Let us know, guys, as well if anything's off. It's been a while since I've streamed. So, if there's anything that needs improvement, just give us a shout and we'll get to it. Okay. Sure, let's just do this. There's a good argument for leading on the tap land there, but I'd rather the equity of being able to draw an untapped land, like we just did. Hell yeah. Yo, thanks for the sub candles. God, I hate ads. Is it showing you ads on this shit? I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you. Okay. Well, we might as well just go to attacks. Oh, they just played 2 overprotects. And, like, they played 3 combat tricks and killed me. Is what happened. Yuki, can you stop, please? I know. Yeah, they played 0 new cards, just played a bunch of combat tricks and killed us. So, my understanding as well is that this this client build, because it's the first time they've done it this way, where it's sort of a secret event within a live client build. There's some things that haven't worked 100% like they were thinking, but it's, I think, pretty good. So, fingers crossed it's not an issue for us. Alright. So I want to block the Cecil here, and I think we just are meant to let them do it. The other option is that we sack the Cecil ourselves, which will give our Bloodghast haste next turn, which is kind of interesting. Well, it's going to get it anyway. Whether or not it's worth killing this Screaming Nemesis in exchange for our... Because our Umbral Collar Zealot will die, I believe. I think that's fine, though. They're under 10 now. We're under 10 as well, but... Yeah, so I'm going to kill that. That's okay. But yeah, so I think there's some errors in that the... that you can play cards that are going to rotate as part of this initial build, or this updated build, because they're still legal on the client, which is interesting. I think it's probably fine. So we've got this, I guess it's like the same deck again, or somewhat similar deck. Didn't expect to see this many Wardens of the Grove, to be honest. Okay. Well, if we just die to combat tricks again, which I think is somewhat likely, then whatever, I don't care. They will be dead if they do not do that to us. Okay. It doesn't really matter. We might as well just play the Fabled Passage, though. So you're going to get rid of one of them. Okay. Does that help them at all? So then we get Timeline Culler, and the Restless Vents. Yeah, in response, that makes a lot of sense. It's early, my dude. Are we just like kind of slightly off here? I think we are, right? So, I mean, had I not played like a buffoon, that was lethal. Do I want any of these back? Sure. Well, in that case, this is easy now. Oh no, we would kill ourselves. Okay. Man, the brain is not braining yet. Yep. Alright. We just lost this for ourselves. Well done, Sam. Wait, why no fetch? Because I wasn't thinking. I played bad. That's why. If I'm just going to lose to this awful deck, that's fine. I might just start the event again. But the I mean, this Warden thing, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Seems pretty liable to just lose. Yeah, indeed, yeah. Okay. See if it's the same deck again. It is not. It is Authority of the Consuls. Which makes this Timeline Culler on 1 pretty awful, so let's not do that. Alright, let's see if we can play against our first new card. That would be good. I think we'll just do an Undead Sprinter here. Oh, come on, opponent. It's time to play the game. Alright, let's just attack. I want to see what they're up to, so we're gonna kill this. I don't think it's normally worth doing, but I have no idea what they're doing. Essence of Antiquity. When this creature's turn face up, creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn, untap them. And then a Doorkeeper Thrall. Well, color me confused. So, I wonder what artifact or creature... I mean, surely you're playing this as a synergy piece, right? So, I wonder what they are doing. Cool. So, I mean... Again, still haven't seen a new card. Take action. Apparently. To be fair, we still haven't seen a card that isn't going to be legal. So these are all cards that will be legal so far. So that error hasn't come up yet, but let's keep an eye out for it. Okay. I think despite all this, so I kind of just want to make it Overlord of the Balemurk. Get a few missing out. I'm so confused by what they are either doing or not doing, I guess. Perhaps they themselves do not quite know. Go on, sweep me. Okay. I mean, kill you. Doesn't matter, does it? All right. Are you guys getting any of this music? Probably not, right? Turn desktop very, very quietly. I'm probably just getting it fed back through the mic. How about that? So the bad manner is on hand. I think I'm mulligan this most likely. Now it's too loud. That's right, we can bring that down. How's that? Perfect. Good. Okay. Just right. So we're going to throw back one of the 2 drops. I mean, I'm not here not to play the new cards, right? So we'll throw back the Bloodghast. It's likely not correct, but, you know, let's have fun. Yeah. A person after our own hearts. That animation's sick. Alright. Okay, stashing some skellies. Let's just attack. Yeah, everyone can lose some life. And we get to dump this Timeline Culler for value. Enduring Vitality, hey? I mean, usually we want to kill that. Deer. It's an elk. It's an elk. Elks are not deers. And I think in this way, and this way only, you are indeed an alcoholic. Bad pun successful. We finally flipped a Cecil, so maybe we don't just lose to aggression. What you got? New. Thank you for playing new cards, by the way, my dear opponent. I do like this interaction with the Enduring Vitality. Like, it sort of pays for itself, I guess. As a void. So, we can Timeline Culler or we can Bloodghast, as well as Hymn of the Faller. But also we could just Overlord and then see if we hit a Bloodghast into the graveyard. I think I want to do the Overlord line just because this Hymn of the Faller isn't necessarily on. And, okay, you want to tap it badly. Let's tap properly. And this way we also have the opportunity of turning the Fear of Missing Out on. Let's take the Umbral Collar Zealots. And do we not have a land in? Cool, sick. Alright, so now we get the Fear of Missing Out as well. And just any guy with haste, I think, at this point. So, might as well be the Timeline Culler. Alright. Pretty good card when it's flipped Cecil. So, gain 8 life. Put them within range of lethal. Should be good enough to get it done. Okay. We get there. Two so far, where the second 2 is not necessarily representative of anything other than me not paying attention. Okay. Cecil, you. Is there any reason to do Zealot first? I guess technically if they missequence something, but they can't even kill this at the moment, so it's fine to do it second. So I guess the question becomes, is it better to do Zealot or is it better to do Bloodghast or Overlord? I guess to try and hit Bloodghast or something of the like. I think it's just better putting power into play. Let's put power into play. It's a little frustrating, but whatever. Magda. It is cool to see these cards that, like, they're pretty cool prints, but they haven't had their chance to be successful yet. So this is one of the better crime enabler, well, not crime enablers, crime rewards, I guess. So that's kind of cool to see. All right, let's fear of missing out, and we'll dump the Bloodghast and then get it back. Nice little efficient play there. Chainsaw, nice. Probably coming for the FOMO. Yep. Well, we're not blocking, so... Let's get a swamp. So we seeing more removal here? Sort of feels like we are. We should also ping ourselves before attacking, just because of the interaction with Cecil. Does him damage you? Yeah, it also damages you. So it's 1 life for a Surveil and a card without turning the thing on. I think I'd prefer to do the Timeline Culler though, in this case. Okay, so they have the removal anyway. It's a little unfortunate, but not unexpected either. At least we retain a little bit of life. Lively Dirge. Search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. Return up to 2 creature cards with total value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That is sick. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, Biotech Specialist. Whenever you sack an artifact, this creature deals 2 damage to target opponent with the treasures. Hell yeah. That's cool. I think we're just gonna need to Quag Feast something here. It's probably the Specialist. And do we attack for 4? I think we have to. Let's go get our mountain. And let's him. Another removal spell is interesting. I think we'll keep that. Plasma Bolt as well. Okay, great. Igra, Eater of All with this combination of stuff. That's pretty sweet. I quite like that. So everything's a food. And this has Ward Sacrifice a food. So a couple of options here. So like I can sack one of these guys to Quag Feast to Igra, which is not a bad move. In fact, I think I'll just do that. I think if we just remove both their guys this turn, we're in pretty good shape. Let's kill the Magda as well. And we'll do this, take ourselves to 5, which is, you know, somewhat risky, but we're here to burn, baby. I did take out 2 copies of the last ride from this deck list. I'm starting to think it actually might be alright, given how little life we keep ending up on. I don't think you want too many of them, to be sure, but I think a couple will go pretty well. Good game. Good game, opponent. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take this dog out to pee. She keeps complaining. Let's go. Come on. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, everyone. Hope it's a nice day wherever you guys are. It's a great day in Melbourne at the moment. Yo, Ari, what's up, baby? Thanks for tuning in. Alright, so we've got Doomwake, who is a known human. We can keep this. Nesting bot. Okay, so they're doing this deck. I think that we're going to need to have some level of aggression, so let's do the tap left first. Yeah, it's not been sunny in a while. Still cold, but that's what winter is. Yeah. Okay. Let's go get a Swampy Swamp. And we'll just Undead Sprinter. We're going to struggle to go over the top of this board as they develop it out, but it's sort of my hope that we're going to be in a spot where we can interact with things as we need to, whilst also providing some pressure. So, okay, so this is interesting. Umbral Collar Zealot being one of the cards that's actually quite good at their synergy plan in these black-white sack decks. Let's see what they want to do. Just that. Okay. I think I'm pretty committed to killing it either way. Okay. So they got their response there. Fabled Passage kind of screwing us there. Otherwise that would have been a great turn, but hopefully we get that great turn this coming turn instead. Vengeful Blood Witch. Cool art on that one. I don't know if I'd seen that one. And then an Eaten Alive. I see. Alright. Let's get a Swamp. So let's use a Plasma Bolt here. Kill the Blood Witch. And let's see if we can actually hit something of an engine here. It's not the worst. It's still not great, but I think we can accept that. I guess the question is whether or not we want to kill this nesting bot to prevent the damage. It's a lot worse if they have the ability to get back to their graveyard, which they may well. So, okay. Sir Vonden. So this one is Vigilance Menace. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a counter on this and you gain 1 life. And when it dies, is put into exile when its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 other non-land permanent. Pretty good card. So I think we might be in the business of blocking. I can try and kill that, but the issue is if he has any sort of sack outlet here, then we're in a bit of strife. So we do need them to miss, and we're losing pretty quickly. So it's not going great, but... Okay. So they're going to attack with the Nesting Bot to try and get another card, I think. Would make sense. Okay, they got the Eaten Alive. So they're going to get the other card. They're going to get the counter on the Sir Vondum. So we might just be kind of screwed here, but that's okay. These things happen. So this is whenever another creature you control dies, right? So what we can do here is we can Tragic Trajectory the Enduring Innocence, which will grow the Vondum, and then we can, we Plasma Bolt the Enduring Innocence, Tragic Trajectory the Vondum after it grows. After it dies, they kill the Undead Sprinter, but we can get that back. Sort of a mid option. Yo, hi Isaac. It doesn't actually, because it's, yeah. Actually, that makes a little more sense. Okay. Sure. Let's try and kill them. Yep. I realized that as I was targeting Ben. The brain is still not on today, but... This can't be a good matchup. More or less. I don't think it's ever going to be a good matchup. What do we got here? Nothing else. The issue we might be running into as well is that okay, we'll just go good games concede here. Is that a lot of people will have been playing for a while, so they're probably through their funner decks and into their better decks now. Too slow, I mean me, this lag is brutal. I know, you could probably shout at me quicker than that. Yeah, you just have to trust that I'll catch it, Ben, because I won't always. But... Okay, let's do a quick vote. How do I do a manage prediction, manage poll? Here we are. create a new poll. Brew or good deck? So I'll let you guys vote on this. We'll give it, given the lag on this, we'll give it a couple of minutes. What would you guys prefer me to play? And then obviously we'll still get through most stuff. But yeah, take a vote on that. So it should be in the chat if you guys want to see a brew or a good deck. Now, I mean, given that these are all untested, we'll have to see which is which. But I do have two broad categories of this is more in the brew zone and this is more in the, you know, improved by the mana of the format. So we can see which of those you guys prefer. And let's build. Let me get these ones up as well. Give us a look at the brew. There's more than one brew, just vote. Isaac, you're acting as if I don't have a heap of brews. I've got a ton of brews. In fact, there's a ton of both, so just need to work out which one's which. You voted now. The vote's not over. It's only if you win. They're so entitled, Isaac. I can't believe you this morning. You get to see the deck lists as everyone else gets to see them, which is one at a time as I try and put them into this. You're up early, by the way, Isaac. This is an early start for you. I feel like you're just misunderstanding my point. My point is that I will show you one deck. You get to see one deck. And then after we play that, you'll get to see another deck. What makes you think I'm not still up? I mean, fair. Alright, brew one. Total of 2 votes to 1. Huge difference there. Alright, let's do Landfall. Where is this list? Okay. Collected and not collected. And then let's change you to this. So 4 of those, 3 of these, 4 of these, 4 of these, of course. Not legal. Well, kind of is legal, but it is also not legal. 4 of these. How many of these did I play? 4 of those as well? Okay. And then Chocobo. And World Souls Rage. And is that it? So it should be 25 lands. Yep. So let's just do the lands. Escape tunnel. And then I had 4 Stomping Grounds in this, but I actually don't know how useful that is for a deck list like this. I think it's probably better off just being the Verge, or a combination of the Verges. So the issue with having... let's just do Stomping Ground, why not? I mean, it's green from turn 1 and red from turn 1, which is sort of why you would like it in a deck like this. Whereas Thornspire Verge is only red from turn 1. But it's probably not necessarily worth the life. We'll give it a go. Alright. Landfall. I know my candles, you know. Okay. Alright, let's do a little deck tech before we get started with the games, just for the YouTube content, I guess. So, okay, here's our deck list. It is a Jund Landfall deck. I've played one of these before when we did our brew videos. Dylan Brown and I also played some games. This was one of my favorite decks in terms of how it performed in that environment, but this is obviously pre-Edge of Eternities and pre-rotation. So, a few cards out for a deck like this. We're losing Nissa, the 3-drop Mythic Nissa, which also means, in my opinion, that I don't want Lumra anymore. One of the good things about Lumra is that it was an elemental that got found off the Nissa trigger. Additionally, that means that we have to have a think about things like I forget what the name of the 2-drop elf is, the one that brings a bunch of stuff back at the same time. From Murders, if anyone can remember, let me know what the name of the card is. But we do get to exchange that sort of graveyard synergy package for Icetill Explorer, which is it is a graveyard synergy card as well. Aftermath Analyst, thank you very much. So this sort of comes in the Aftermath Analyst slot. Obviously, it's a lot more expensive, but being able to play 2 lands a turn, being able to get fetches back from the graveyard is pretty powerful. And then also a larger commitment to World Soul's Rage. So we're still doing that sort of thing. We're just doing it in a different way than we were previously. The other couple of cards that we get from the new set is Tannuk, Memorial Ensign. Is that how you meant to pronounce that word? I've only seen it written mostly. Anyway, so deals 1 damage on landfall. If it's the second time the ability is resolved this turn, draw a card. So a nice little card advantage engine. No Nissa, but a 2/4 that does this is still pretty strong. And then Mightform Harmonizer. A card that I'm not sure of is a 4 of, but is a card I like quite a lot. So it's got a warp cost, so you can get into play a little cheaper if you want to, pop off. But this has got the same trigger as Tifa, but it targets. So doubles the power of a creature with landfall. So with, a Chocobo or a Tifa or even a Bristly Bill, this card can go really, really big. The one issue I think this deck might have is it doesn't have that much access to trample. So Tifa's got trample, but nothing else does. So that might be something that we look for, but who knows? We'll just see. It's pronounced Ensign. Thank you, Isaac. Alright, so yeah, so this is the list. We'll see how it goes. We may get some insights into maybe we want the analysts back. Maybe we don't. But I really wanted to try the new cards here. These 4 drops help the curve. Because we end up playing so many lands anyway. How many do we have? We have 25, right? We can sort of curve out to 4 pretty reliably. And this one can sort of sub in as a 3 sometimes as well. Looks sick. But yeah, thanks, Ben. Alright, why don't we give it a go? We got a... I can't remember how big the Tifa got to in one of those games. I think it was over 132 or something like that last time we played the deck, but that was with bringing a bunch of lands back from the graveyard all at once. So whether or not that's actually, a reliable thing we can do in a deck like this is interesting. There's also the option of playing like way more basics or, you know, there's actually more fetches available if we want to play more total lands as well. So some different ways you can take a deck like this, but it's nice having your land drops be pump effects. So fingers crossed it finds a good mix of spells and lands. Currently waiting. A bit red, still good red. Shouldn't have any issue there. Okay. Alright, there we go. Cool. I mean, I like this. We're on the draw, but okay. Nope. Totally missed out on having fun in that match. Let's try again and see if we can actually get a go. Yeah, I like this. Blooming Marsh. Okay. So, Chocobo, Chocobo, Chocobo. Grim Bauble. He never even hurt anyone. He never even had a chance. Rust Harvester, interesting. That is a cool card. One of the cards I couldn't find a build for, or at least like I couldn't work out how I wanted to build. So let's see what they're doing. I'm keen to see. So we can Chocobo and then do something like a Bill next turn. So I think I like that. It's worse into removal, but we'll just have to find out. I've seen some of these Chocobo lists around online, but people tend to be going into the Bant full-on Chocobo sort of builds, which is... It's not the way that I was thinking of doing these decks. That's for sure. I was more on these Jund colors, so... might catch some people off guard with that. Nice. Okay. Yeah, why not? So hopefully we can not get anything removed this turn, because we'll get a huge turn off this Chocobo. It doubles all the landfall triggers, so... Oh, come on, dude. 3 Grimballs? There's so many! I mean, they'll still work with this. It's just not as, you know, not popping off quite as much. Is there a reason not to... Yeah. Is that non-creature? Non-creature artifact becomes a 4/4, right? Okay. Oh, it's got menace, that's why. That would be the reason. Alright, let's get this little dude swole. Boom. Alright, we're going to need lands off the top. Obviously, we shuffled and then ended up with the... I mean, it looks like we've ended up with the same card that we had on top originally, but that's okay. Suspicious Vinelasher not leaving the top of your deck? Yeah, exactly. I mean, like... I don't know. Shuffle wins again. You know how it is. Some more tough cookie. I don't think we can afford to block there, unfortunately. What is it? Tifa. So no landfall. I'm still going to attack for 5 though. Hello. Yes, good dog. Yes, you are awake. Weapons manufacturing. This is the one that deals 2 anytime. Oh no, it makes munitions, that's right. Is it non-token? Yeah, okay. Still, I think I quite like this card if you can find ways to enable it. Well, they're doing a better job at finding lands than we are. Which is like, I mean, that's always the landfall thing, right? Land. Bristly Bill. Yeah, I think we're going to attack again. Blocking with the Rust Harvester there is interesting. I think I probably would have wanted to keep that around, given that they're starting to get some artifacts in their bin that you can start, you know, removing things like the Chocobo. Such an interesting card. Second time we've seen it in the queues, so it looks like people are enjoying it. Alright. So, let's bill. And now we can land. Ah, so many triggers. Yeah, let's make this Tifa really big. Interesting way of auto stacking those, but okay, we can just go X equals 1 here pretty happily. Oh, come on, let us do it. Okay, that was pretty cool. So that was going to be, what's it, like 14 and then doubled twice. So 28, there was 56 power Tifa there, which is pretty good. So not going off, but like that's kind of good enough, right? 56 power trample creature. Might need to turn off auto triggers, yeah. That's best of 1 already. Also, morning, Sazh, how you doing? Hello. Given that this is best of 1, like I normally have it off, but I also only play best of 3. We can only do best of 1 today, so I'm just going to leave the auto triggers on. There's already some amount of influence on how these games are going to play out in a way that's, you know, not optimal or not entirely representative of how best of 3 plays. So I'm happy for that. If I get crushed by it, I get crushed by it. It stacked them correctly there, which is good. So, you know, hopefully that's alright. Interesting. So, do we launch on the Chocobo still here? I'm keeping it for sure. I think we do, because I think this World Soul's Rage is going to be, like, kind of insane value with the Tifa a little later on. So I torch the tower. I'd rather it goes on the Chocobo than the Tifa, to be honest, so that's fine. World Soul's Rage and Tifa are a combo. You don't say, bud. You don't say. So seeing a bit of this card today. People are liking it, which is cool. You know, I've played it. I'm one of them. Rust Harvester again. Interesting. Good old Rusty. Let's get one of our mountains. Icetill Explorer. That's the shit. Well, we kind of want to do this anyway. Free my boy Choco Chode. He did nothing wrong. Really quite like this card. It's getting a bunch of modern play at the moment, which is fun. I think I might be priced into blocking. 7 damage is a lot. This hand's going to take a little while to pan out anyway. Yeah, I think this is actually correct here. So hopefully find a land, but get to put a Tannuk down. It's probably a pretty good blocker onto this. Okay, that's sick. So we get to go Tannuk. And we'll get a card. Alright, so we're getting the more the mid-range side of the deck in this hand, which is somewhat appropriate given our opponent's doing the more aggro thing. So we're going to take 7, go to 6. Pretty tough. Hopefully they don't have another creature. Doesn't look like it yet. So we can do Icetill Explorer, but I think I'd rather do Vinelasher and Tannuk. And then next turn, we've got a pretty nutty hand for next turn. Yep, so that one dies, that's fine. We do not mind that. Let's just go get a forest. So this Rust Harvester has us dead over 2 turns. They've kept on top though, so that's likely problematic. Okay. So they're going to try and kill us this coming turn. Oh no, they can just do it like this. Okay. Yeah, so they've got us here then. Very cool. These 2 cards together, actually these 3 cards together is very good. I don't know how I like the Tithing Blade, but like if you have to play some not amazing cards in a artifact synergy deck, it's not too bad. There's also that new 1 and a red artifact that allows you to rummage, which could be good. Yeah, just a very good a tempo line from them there. Sort of deck you bring in Pyroclasms against. if you can. So we're on the draw. I think this is fine, but not good. If that makes sense. I want a mulligan. This seems better to me. Let's throw this Vinelasher back. So, Clockwork Percussioner again. Okay. Looks like maybe a mono red deck. Ah, the Tomb Raider. Nice. Some very hasty damage. No blocks. See if they let me build them. Demand answers. Oh, so they're playing new Tez? Hell yeah. Very cool. Well, we do have the chance of getting this Tifa absolutely fucking enormous. This is resolution order, right? Like it's not... So we submit that one, and then we let that one resolve, and then we crack. Thanks, Ben. All right, let's attack for 12. So slow. Yeah, don't worry, I had it. I made that mistake in our brew video, so I caught it that time. I mean, if they really let us go for it, we're gonna get it next turn for all the damage. Weapons manufacturing. Another card we say multiple of. I like this card. Caveron Harrier. When attacked, you may pay 2. If you do, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token that's tapped and attacking. Sack at the end of combat. Nice optionality there. Alright, we're not blocking, but we're going to do all of it. Yep. We have to do full control. And let's go get a mountain, why not? Alright. So how big does it get? 80 power. Attack for 82. I fucking love Tifa. What a card. Go get it. That's a nice one. That is a nice one. Someone clip that shit. Someone clip that shit. Such a victory, Ari. I won 4 games at once. That's how it works, right? It's really interesting seeing this these mono red sacrifice artifact synergy cards. I just couldn't get over the line with it personally. Like, I just couldn't find the overlapping effects that I would be happy enough with to build it myself. I tried a few times and I just couldn't get there. So it's interesting if I'm just missing something, or, you know, if someone finds it, or maybe it's like missing 1 or 2 cards that haven't been printed yet. But I'd be excited to see if someone actually finds a build of it that works. There's a Cecil. Okay. Ah. The self-damage deck. Very cool. Not having mana for the Vinelasher is a little awkward, I have to say. I think we're blocking though. Oh, this bloke. There's a last ride. Nice. Well. So we can attack for 4. I'm not sure I'm in love with that though. I think what I'd prefer is the ability to go off a little harder. So either way next turn, either with the Chocobo or the Warp on the Harmonizer, you get double the effect. Which may not do it here, not quite anyway. Depends if they attack with this and give us a counter or not, or if they're playing removal. Okay. So we get an 8. We can sack this Terramorphic Expanse now, which would mean we get 4 triggers with the double on the next turn. However, we can also crack the Fabled Passage and then crack the Terramorphic Expanse, and that is also 4. So... Yo, Mr. Horse Milk, how we doing? So yeah, we're just gonna crack it now, just so we have more available mana. Is the reason. It's going really milky. Thanks for the follow, Doggy Boy 1. Appreciate that. So we're going to play the Chocobo here. just because we get to look at the top card of our library. That's interesting. So we get to have an extra land off the top there, but then we short a blocker by not, you know, going to get a swamp off the Fabled Passage. I think this is still worth it though. Then it just comes down to them having a removal spell. Don't tase me, bro. Alright, it's either 32 power or it's dead. 32 power! Bang. Ooh, Tifa real good. Oh, Tifa's real good. Let's jump back in. Yeah, honey. Good morning. Do you want me to go get your bed? Okay, what do we got this time? The Crafty Lebdev. I low-key hate this hand. I think I'm just going to throw it back. This is not better. I'm a little worried about going too low on cards. I think we can keep. World Soul's Rage is interesting here. It does bridge us from 3 to 4, so I think I'll keep it. Obviously, that's not our preference, but if we need it, we need it. The Novice Inspector. We're just going to crack now. There's sort of no reason to wait. I'm just going to get a forest. Just risk it. It's fine. Need a red source. This might be one of those games where, you know, the awkwardness in our mana base comes back to bite us, but that would be, I guess, okay. Well, it certainly is if we just don't find lands. Neither do they, but I imagine they're a little less built around it than we are. Ooh, so they're playing some of the stations. So this is the Tolarian Academy planet. Station for 1. Cool animation there. Okay. So not exactly on time, but we'll still take it. That's better than not finding a land there, for sure. No attacks again. Perilous Snare. That's fine. Not too stressed about that. Alright, well, we're going to have to World Soul's Rage for 1. But at least that gets us to our 4th land drop. So we'll go get a forest off this and play Icetill Explorer, which will allow us to ramp our mana quite a lot more. Really good engine, this card. Not that we've seen it yet, so looking forward to seeing if it goes off as much as I want it to. Fingers crossed. How's everyone doing out there? It's just a little past 11 o'clock in the morning here in Australia, for those who are not in the same time zone. Alright, so let's get the Fabled Passage, we mill a card. Get a forest, mill a card, play a Chocobo. I suppose we could play the Fabled Passage just again. I mean, it's just an engine here, so. Mill a card. So as you can see, it adds up really quickly here. I think I want to make sure we get this second mountain, in case we were to mill it over. Except we milled over a Fabled Passage. So yeah, it's making these World Souls rushes really good really quickly. Okay. I think I just want to World Souls Rage this Elspeth down while we can. We might as well go for 4. Just to get these triggers. So I should have a pretty big turn next turn between the Tannuk and Chocobo. What does this fucking thing do? The first time you create one or more tokens each turn, you may instead create that many tokens as copies of enchanted permanent. And then they're doing that along with this. Along with this. Okay. I mean, that made a lot of guys. And now that they're going to have a lot of mana as well. Okay. Okay, they're doing something. They're doing something. That's not too bad. Let's start with this Choco. And we'll just shuffle one at a time here. This is sort of what I was talking about when I said that this deck probably wants more basics. Not basics, well, so maybe basics, but it wants more trample, sorry. Because with trample, this will probably be a lethal turn. So we still haven't hit a land off the top, that's okay. There's no basic to go get off this, but we just want to shuffle to get more fetches into our graveyard. And we can do this one as well. And how many mana sources is that now? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we should have enough to World Souls Rage them down if they can't kill us. Which I think you know, we're probably happy with. And we've used our land drop now, so we can just pass the turn. Icetill Explorer is something. It really is. Like, I mean, obviously this is a more landfall synergy deck, but I can see that interaction with Fabled Passage working in any sort of ramp deck, you know, big mana deck, whatever you want to do with it, seems really good. This also seems really good what they're doing, so... If one or more tokens will be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Okay. Okay. And then Elspeth's twice again. I mean... Oh. I would have just flown over and killed me, but okay. Yeah. I still think lethal's better, guys. I'm just gonna put it out there. Mm-hmm. I guess this kills anyway, doesn't it? Okay, well, you know. Dead or dead, in that case. We'll see how many of these we get to see. This is pretty sweet. Okay, so it makes 12 copies of itself. Nice. So 60 so far, 72, 84, 96, 108, 120, 132, 144, 156, 168, 180, so 180 1-1s, 189 total, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 copies of, what's it called? Threefold Thunderhawk. Thunderhawk? Hulk? Hulk. That's so sick. That's at least 2 tokens. Minimum 2. Somewhere between 2 and another number. That was sick. Good job on it. Alrighty, let's jump back in. And we'll make the big numbers this time. Maybe. Fingers crossed. But yeah, I want to have a look for like more sources of trample for a deck like this. I don't know what can give trample. I mean, obviously we're just coming out of Monstrous Rage being banned, so trample was free and easy for like 2 years, 2.5 years. So I can't even think about all the other trample effects because it was just so unnecessary to go looking for them before. So that, you know, that's good. It opens up some design space, that's for sure. And obviously I've been playing a lot of Overprotect in Delirium, but I don't think that would really cut the old mustard here. So I kind of want to get something that can do it. Falter could be better than Trample. Yeah, sure. I mean, that would work as well. I'd be happy with that. The fun thing with Escape Tunnel is that you can make something like a Tifa unblockable before it gets big. Yeah, based on the amount of blockers they had, yeah, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, that effect on Escape Tunnel, I think it's less good here because we're making less simultaneous land drops. So in the version we were playing where it had Aftermath Analyst and we were trying to get like 6-7 lands back all at once pretty consistently, it was one of those things that you could Escape Tunnel something before it got big, and then it would get big enough to get a chunk of damage in. But when we're consistently making 1, 2, 3 maybe land drops, we kind of need the guy to be somewhat big already, unless it's a Tifa, in which case it can just go off. But yeah, I'm a little interested in having a look at that, and that interaction there might be really important to a deck like this, being able to break ground stalls, because it's a deck that wants ground stalls. It doesn't kill that quickly unless you get the right combination of things. It's also got that option, which is great, but I think that, you know, if you're trying to develop a board and play lands and you should have ways of beating ground stalls. So that's probably the next thing that I need to look for with the build. This doesn't really do anything. This one does do stuff. I mean, this is interesting, right? So World Soul's Rage bails us out if we need it. But the Mightform Harmonizer thing can go off pretty hard. I think I'd rather keep the World Source Rage here, though. A bit of green-black over there. Okay, that's a good draw for us. No effects, no blocks. Let's get a second forest. Yeah, why not? Get in there for 5. Fortunate hitting the extra fetch there, so World Soul's Rage can go get 2 lands out of the bin now. Chocobo's interesting. I think the Bristly Bill's going to target itself here. I think we're still going to go for the World Soul's Rage, and then hopefully get some extra value out of the Chocobo next turn. Sure. So it's 13 power. This is lethal if they don't have any interaction. Okay, just dead. Turn 4 kill. Not bad. Not bad. They didn't really cast a spell though, so I would say that's probably not a consistent sort of thing. Having played this as well, I like, you know, just as we've been playing it on stream, I'm finding that the Iridescent Vinelashers haven't looked that good, especially not like a whole other color good. The red-green cards are great. So I want the mountains in, but it could be that we drop the black entirely. There's a lot of different sideboard options from red and green already. You don't really need black. So I can see that being a way to, you know, build this going forward. Well, we've got the curve, we've got the Icetill, so let's see. Swamp means that it's somewhat likely for these guys to bite a board at some point. The old get Isaac on the other end of the stream to make your deck look good. This deck doesn't need the help. The last one did that you missed. But okay. So they're just doing mono black slasher nonsense, which is like, I mean, it's gonna be good. It's okay. So this is just the old combo. So we have to block here. For anyone who doesn't know, this just kills. So I mean, we're probably just fucked, and they're not doing anything interesting. So good on them. So, oh, you know, probably just kill Icetill Explorer, win the game, I imagine. Good on you, buddy. Good for you. Am I salty? Yes. This is not an interesting thing to do. Alright. Let's do the next deck. I think that Landfall deck was pretty good. So, It seemed like the mana needs some improvement. So the current plan, drop black, I think will be the current plan. And then we're going to have to shift around with some of the other cards in there as well, just to make sure we get some removal in and stuff like that. But the proof of concept was there. It was killing on, you know, turn 3 and 4. You know, obviously that required our opponents not having that much interaction, but our hands were stacked as well. So even if they had removed things, we still had lots of game to play. So pretty happy with that one, to be honest. I think maybe one more land, something like that. But yeah, it's getting there. I think that might be a real thing. So I'll probably keep working on that one in the future. Yeah, Landfall. How's that? Okay, so we did a, let's call it a, more of a brew that time. So let's do a different one, a bit more of a known entity sort of deck. Yeah, it was pretty good, pretty good. I think I like the 12 fetches as well. Okay, so we're going to have a look at that Esper Eerie deck. One of my favorite cards in the new set is Seam Rip, which is essentially just Portable Hole, but enchantment. And then we can do a bit of a Stoneforge package along with all the enchantment stuff with Cloud. So I want to see how this works. I'm still pretty high on Cloud, even though it hasn't really found a home yet. But with, you know, things like this town ain't big enough going, there is a bit more space in the format to do other value loops. So we're going to have a look at some of them with this. Sunpearl. It's called Entity Tracker. And then I think the last card is Dissection Tools, right? All right. And then let's get this mana sorted. And for Flood Farm. Then we got some of the Shocklands. And I'm missing Starting Town. That's it. Ship ladder, please. Yeah, no problem. Assimilation at Aegis, yeah. The delay is crazy. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it, I don't think. If someone knows if there's something I can do about it, that would be helpful. But it's not my understanding is that it is not an option. All right. Play slower. We have so many decks to get to. I'm not playing slower. So we're on to deck 3. So Esper Eerie. Well, before we actually... I mean, alright. We'll do a deck tech after we play our first game. I hear that Aegis spec is paying off. Yeah, maybe. Who would spec on a card like that? I have like 50 copies behind me somewhere. I haven't even checked the price. It's actually a good Planisphere. Turn. Let's see what they're doing. So this is one of the spacecrafts that's actually not too bad, because the effect's like, you know, fine. I don't love it. I don't like any of the the spacecrafts really, but I guess that's okay as well. So we can like Momentum Breaker and Seam Rip this away, which is not very interesting, but I think it is correct. Alright. Cloud no good on 2. Couldn't cast it on 2 because of the Bleach Bone tapping for black initially. So, like, it was going to be the same turn anyway. Lightstall Inquisitor. Yeah, sure. We could have led on Flood Farm Verge in case we ripped something else, but I think in that case it was probably just as good to do that. Yeah, I could have done that. I guess it was probably better. I didn't want to pay the life, but as it turns out, not super meaningful here. But look at that. All right. Okay. So going wide, value 1/2 drops plus anthems. But look at this, which is like, you know, not a bad way to play White Weenie. Small patots, yeah. Get the frigate back. So crew to station, nice. I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna block. Another entity tracker. Okay. I think at this point we're just gonna have to start running out entity trackers. Our mana hasn't been. I mean, we're playing 23 lands, I think. So, I mean, I would like to have a fourth one, but this isn't out of the realm of normalcy. So we'll just see how we go. Keep back the wizard token, hero wizard token. Doing some more stationing. I mean, we kind of want it to be a creature, so we can remove it with the Assimilation Aegis, but... yeah, I think I want this. Draw another card this turn. Okay. Hit the land. Be useful in the future. Mm-hmm. Further board positioning. Just value boards all over the place. Okay, so they got the frigate. So you can attack for 3 now. Which is, again, fine, I guess. Not something we're overly concerned with. Does that change our line at all? I don't think it does. But let's lead on the Nurturing Pixie to draw the card off the Enduring Innocence. Okay, so there's the dissection tools. What are these? Crew 1? Yeah, I think we'll just keep our token. We're going to win a long game here, so pretty happy just to stand pat on this, more or less. Okay, so there's Case of the Gateway Express. See what they want to kill. The token. I'm fine with that. So we'll get to double block one of these with the Enduring Innocence and the Entity Tracker, which will draw another card off the Entity Tracker, which will be nice. Gain a couple of life as well. So we'll go to 15, draw a card. Suppose they can sequence the blockers not to kill a guy, but no, they chose not to do that. Alright, now the lands are coming on pretty consistently. Let's just draw a butt ton of cards. I suppose I could just select 0 there. That would have been fine. Nowhere to run. Pretty big deal. So, get to nowhere to run. The Resolute Reinforcements, get our Seam Rip back, and with the Seam Rip we can take something like the Case if we want. And we're also drawing like a bunch of cards at the same time. So we'll have to discard this turn, but I think we'll live. Yeah, we can attack with this. Sure. And what else are we going to do here? So drawing about half our deck now. Expecting a concession to come in a second. Probably should have ditched the starting town, not that it matters. Alright. Enough stuffing about. Lethal. Plus 1 billion cards. Not bad. I mean, they sort of ran out of gas at some point, but some of the interactions there were really favorable for us as well. So that was pretty cool. I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then I'll come back and let's do the deck tech. So we have it. All right. Where did you put this deck list? Let's be here. All right, so this is our Esper Eerie deck list. It may not be the most eerie of enchantment-based decks, but the main thing about this deck and why I wanted to play it, and one of the things that had me interested in it, was it got the 2 shock lands. So it got both Godless Shrine and Watery Grave. Now, for this color combination, there is a little bit of a weird mix of the verges. So the Floodform Verge taps for white initially and then for blue, and then the blue-black one taps for blue initially and then for black, and the black-white one taps for black and then for white. So it's an even sort of spread of how the verges work in this color combination, which means that you sort of get to make some choices about which ones you want to play at the same time as when you build your deck. So here we've gone for the Bleachbone Verge and the Flood Farm Verge, which is sort of white initially and black initially. Now that we have 8 jewels to turn it on, and plus the 2 Meticulous Archive, so 10 total, plus the planes, I guess. So we've got essentially 13 ways to make these into actual jewel lands. We can make a deck which is mostly black-white, so the black-white package, or category of packages that we've seen in the standard format just gone, where they're sort of grindy mid-range decks that care about enchantment ETBs. That's what this is, except we get to play blue as well. So essentially, we have 0 lands in this deck that tap for blue alone, and also we've got all these other lands that enable us to play both black and white, but black, white, and blue for free. So what are we getting out of the blue is the real question. The thing that I wanted the most out of blue was Entity Tracker, but also some of the equipment off Cloud. So Assimilation Aegis, I believe, is a really good card. I've bought a lot of this card, and we'll see if anyone ends up agreeing with me. But I think Cloud's blue package is really strong, but blue-white doesn't have a good mana base. So one of the ways that we can sort of get that for free is by playing a black-white base deck and then splashing the blue. And then, yeah, Entity Tracker as our other card advantage engine in an ETB sort of deck, now that we don't have something like this town ain't big enough to really take advantage of it. Now, when I was talking about the mana base, one of the cards that you might see that is missing the Storm Chasers talent, we're mostly permanent, so it's not going to buy anything back, but it is still a really powerful one-drop. It's just not the case that you get to be all three colors equally. So think of this as a black-white deck that's splashing blue. That's how this mana base is constructed. You can do other combinations of that in these three colors if you would rather be like, let's say, a blue-black deck that splashes white. Just wasn't our choice here. So what we're going to do is hopefully just outvalue all our opponents. Seam Rip, in addition to the existing black enchantments, is a really good removal spell that helps an engine like this along. So we won our first one. Let's get back into it. I'm really enjoying the ability to construct 3 color mana bases now, which wasn't the case a while ago. I mean, a set ago. Alright, we can afford to archive here. Momentum Breaker is a good one. Let's keep it. So, Mysterize Plains. So, I'm starting to think blue, white, red. Okay. So, Cryogen Relic. Another one of the really cool prints that I didn't find a deck that I was in love with for. Enters... It's basically... What's the card this is, but better? Ica Wellspring? Is it Ica Wellspring? One of the Wellsprings. But it's also got an ability to sack itself, which is already better, and then that sack's actually got a good ability, which is putting a stun counter on a tapped creature. I think here I just want a Momentum Breaker, a card out of their hand. Yo! How we doing, Moist? I'm calling it Blink Twice. Ooh, blink twice. So, Simulacrum Synthesizer, Steel Swarm Operator, another new cool card that exists in the set. Adds a mana to ramp artifact spells, but also adds 2 mana to activate ability of artifact sources. So, I'm assuming we're going to get a rather large board happening on that side in a second. This Seam Rip can't remove the synthesizer, unfortunately, but it can do other things. Like, you know, it's one of those cards that you can pick up and put down over these constructs, which is going to be something I would say is going to be relevant starting this turn. So I think what I'm going to do is Entity Tracker, and then pay for the Shockland, and then Entity Tracker again, and then Seam Rip. Get our card draw engine on at the same time as trying not to get absolutely dumpstered by these synthesizers. But let me just say, for the record, probably not looking great. They've already got 2 in play. We don't have much pressure. So I'm not feeling amazing about it, but you know, we've certainly got our card advantage on, so we'll have to see. United Battlefront is not what we wanted to see. Okay, a Relic and a Repurposing Bay. The Repurposing Bay is going to be good eventually, but we kind of got away with them not having 2 3-drop artifacts there. So this is a little tough. I'm going to just start with doing the Seam Rip play. A lot more mana efficient here than the Momentum Breaker play. Okay, Mightform Verge is a good draw for us. So now we can Sunpearl Kirin for the Seam Rip again. And then draw another 2 cards as well as getting them back off board. we're stopping some of the bleeding. It's just, this isn't sort of... we don't have a big punch in this deck. So while we're not really... we're not really losing... This is going to get bad really quickly. So they're making 2 here. They're going to repurposing bait one of these Cryogen relics, get another 2 more. And then, you know, we've got, what, 2 3s and 2 1s? So we're going to have to find a way to keep up. We'll just say that. I think this Enduring Innocence might be part of our plan here. We've got flyers, which is useful, but let's see if they remove one of them with this. Yeah, it looks like they do. And it's pretty sensible play by them. I think I would like a... We're not going to play Cloud this turn, so let's tap like that. But yeah, let's play Enduring Innocence, get a couple more cards. Tiny Bones joins up. Probably not going to do it. We can use it to just see more cards. Which maybe is not the worst idea, because then we can Cloud after that. To trigger the Enduring Innocence, which we haven't triggered yet this turn. And it does a very small amount of direct damage. Which, look, we'll take what we can get at this point. So, Dissection Tools, another Tiny Bone joins up. Pay 2 life. There's Cloud. Alright, good to see ya. Thanks for the hangs. I'll see you later, Horse Milk McGee. That is your real name. I really wish this was a detention sphere. Okay. I mean, so we kind of just have to block everything this coming turn. What else are we getting rid of? I guess we get rid of a Nowhere to Run or 2. But yes, I have to assume that we're dead here. I mean, I can just go get a Perilous Snare again. Okay. Wee. What did they go get then? Uthros Scan Ship. Interesting choice. I would say that getting Perilous Snare and then just winning the game is better. But each their own, I suppose. Not like we can do much about it either way, so why not do the cool thing? That's not a Fire Crystal. No, it's not a Fire Crystal. Very easy to turn on in a deck like this, though. Hey, good game. Big board from them. Yeah, I think the Fire Crystal tech is pretty strong in a deck like that. But yeah, just they went over the top there. Nothing we can do about it. Not with that sort of deck construction. Which is fine. It's just like one of those things, right? Like if you're the mid-range deck and you're the Resource Exchange mid-range deck and they're the one that just plays big dudes, then, you know, it's going to be tough either way. So, not unhappy with it, even though I prefer winning. Opponent goes fast. Yep. Let's archive it up, and then, yeah, I think I want the extra land here, so... Tifa! Well, unfortunately for you, opponent, I know what that card does to people. So, let's put a stop to it. My apologies, but it's necessary. Ah! The card's so nice, you played it twice. Fortunately, to a similar result. Let's get an assimilation Aegis. A Traveling Chocobo. Choco. I will gladly accept a trade here if that's what they would like to do. Appears not though. Which is, you know, fair enough. Now I can have a Chocobo. Interesting to see what other cards are in their build. This is a bit more similar to maybe what we should be doing. I mean, just Tifa every turn until I lose is not bad. How did you get to stream the new sets? Based on what Wizards wanted to do. So we make YouTube content on MTG Bazaar coverage, which is our YouTube channel. There's a few of us doing it. A couple of people are qualified for the Pro Tour. A couple of us, well, I deferred the Pro Tour, so I'm not technically qualified for that. But you can be you can get to stream the early access event by being qualified for the Pro Tour, and the other way is being chosen as one of the creators. He's really handsome, that's how. No, that can't be it. Yeah, I think, you know, my personal opinion is I'd rather if everyone got the set all at the same time, to be honest. But given they do it like this, I'll fully accept being on this side of it than the other side of it. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, shit. Oh, we're just getting 20'd from nowhere with Wild Ride? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's sick. So Wild Ride plus Tifa plus Mightform Harmonizer. Yeah, that's something. Hell yeah. So, okay, so this still suffers from the haste problem. Sorry, not the haste problem, the trample problem that we were talking about when we were playing Landfall. But, I mean, we didn't see that many different cards out of their deck. So it's possible that they've solved that as well. Good job, Ron Mexico. That's fucking cool. I'm going to steal that part. I'm going to steal the Wild Ride tech, for sure. I'm just going to get crushed for being too aggressive with my 2 power creatures, I guess. If I kept the Kirin back there, we just get to block and not lose, but they probably don't go for it either if that's the case. All right. Let's try the Planisphere here. Okay, no counter. So what are they doing with this mana base? Something like us, or are they doing control stuff? Fountain Port seems more control stuff. Seem rip huge for that deck. It's a Momentum Breaker here. Grab a card out of their hand, see what it is. Second different deck we've died when we attacked and they've played multiple pump spells. Yeah. Although, to be fair, that first one was more like shitty. Because this was cool. You know, that first one was like, what do you even, you know, no new cards, whatever. And I like doing that to people, so I can't really complain about it, to be honest. But that one was sick. That one was very sick. So, I think we just attack, to be honest. See if they want to do anything about the hero we have in play. I need a hero. Okay, so I'm just gonna pass and, you know, play in position with this entity tracker. Draw 2 cards, discard a card. Okay. I could flash this in response while they're tapped out, but I think I'd rather than they tap mana if they do have more counters. Make sure we get the next thing down. Okay, so no more lies. Yeah, certainly a heavy counterspell deck. Mill 1, deal 1. Let's get the Lava Spurt Boots. Falpion redeemed. Sam, drink some water. Thank you. That's the stuff. I can also Baser, mate. Nice way to upgrade a 1/1. I think. Why double block? Okay. You're just gonna sweep, is that why? Ah, you want fewer creatures, okay. That makes sense. I'm gonna Seam Rip there. Seam Rip. Get our Planisphere back. Start growing our dude, hopefully. if they ever want to pass priority, you know. Successfully sacrificed the token. I think we can sort of just sit here if we wanted to. The other option we have is Nurturing Pixie back the Tiny Bones joins up to get a card out of their hand. I think I'd rather just sit pat though. Well, they've certainly stalled out pretty well. So they're going to draw a card again. Given their how stacked their hand is, I think we probably need more cards ourselves. So I'm gonna start bouncing Cloud. Could be a removal spell. Okay, so it's Get Lost. I think that's okay though. Of the removal spells, it's not that punishing. Sunpearl. I'm happy with the Sunpearl Kieran as well. Take the 4. I'm assuming we're getting swept here, but that's okay. Ultima, destroy all artifacts and creatures. Okay, that's a little unfortunate because we lose the planisphere here, as well as just bloody everything. Actually, this is really bad for us. So they get a Baser as well. Bruh. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Just gonna try and take this moment to strip that hand. Nothing seems to be working right now. So this deck might be suffering from one of the early format issues that you can have with decks like this. So we've had people go faster than us, and we've had people go over the top of us, and that's like, so we've had the artifact go over the top. This is sort of going over the top in a more control sort of way, and then we have that really cool combo game. So my feeling is that even though this I think seems quite good to me in some ways, the randomness of the format means that it may not be approaching the sort of tool set in a strong enough way at the moment. That being said, the amount of cards it seems to be drawing is really powerful. Its issues seem to be stuff like closing speed, more than access to cards or anything like that. Alright, I'm just going to skip this one. So, hasn't gone well. I don't hate it though. So, I think this one might be one that I come back to. I think the card package makes sense. It's got good card access. It just needs something more powerful at its core. So a way to close games, or a way to, or maybe just like better positioning with like more known cards in the format. So I count that one as a failure, but I'm still interested in it. So far, my favorite deck has been Landfall. But let's get us another one. I've got, let's call it a ton of decks today. So that was one that I thought was a little bit more serious. So let's do a bit more of a brew. Oh yeah, this one's good. Okay. This one is incredibly memey. Sorry, guys. Looks like... So I got something from Ben. It says the last land there is rotating. So... I mean, it's Terramorphic Expanse or something, right? Whatever. Don't think it is rotating if it is Terramorphic Expanse, but even if it is, it doesn't matter at all. Because there is a functional equivalent, which is staying legal. Oh, I keep going traditional standard. It's not traditional standard. It is new stuff. Standard early access. Alright, so I wanted to make a deck around Requiem Monolith. Let's change the filters. Alright, so Requiem Monolith. Until end of turn, target creature gains. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, you draw that many cards and lose that much life. That creature's controller may have this artifact deal 1 damage to it, activate only as a sorcery. So I wanted to draw just like a butt ton of cards. So you can do this to your opponent's creatures, but if you don't have, you know, an opponent with creatures, you can do it to your own. So let's put the cards in, and then we can talk about it a little further. Cecil's a little greedy here, but I think it's funny as well. This started as a very Mardu deck, and it's mostly black-red now. That being said, as I was saying for the Esper deck, it's kind of free to play white if you're already playing black and red at the moment, given the mana base. So you can actually splash for like not that many cards relatively effectively. And the other new card I really like, again, sort of memey, but I like it a lot, Pain for All. So 2 and a red enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. When it enters, enchanted creature deals damage equal to its power to any other target. So a punch. And then whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each opponent. So combining that with like Screaming Nemesis, a bunch of this weird stuff, and like, you know, maybe pointing damage at our own guys is sort of the vibe for it all. And then I had 2 Twin more. And then also for Nova Hellkite, which is a card I quite like, although there are different opinions on, so we'll have to see if it's good or not. I'll talk about that in a second. So Demolition Field. Can someone confirm to me the Demolition Field isn't rotating? I don't think it is. I think it might have a thing. What the hell? Hey, Pat! Hey, Pat just gave out 10 subs to the community. Thank you very much, Pat. If you got one, make sure to thank Pat. That's awesome. Thanks, dude. Godless Shrine. Let's just keep getting... Whoop. Didn't want to press that. Fountain Port, Demolition, Blazemire Verge. And then Sacred Foundry. And Sunken Citadel, because the lands are not good. And then I had 2 swamps, 1 mountain, 1 plains. So plains. I burned myself, the deck. Okay. It's in Foundations, thank you. I thought it was, but finding out that, I don't know if it was Terramorphic Expanse or Escape Tunnel isn't legal. I don't know if that's true though, I don't know. But anyway, that risk is, it's got me scared. Thanks for the gift sub from Pat. Yes, I've only been awake for 2 hours, so I'm probably going back to bed, but Isaac notified me that Melbourne's most eligible batcher was playing some Edge of Eternity. Yeah, I'm also playing it, so that's nice. You've only been awake for 2 hours, but I'm imagining you were up all night as well, right? So, for those not in the know, Pat is dealing with Edge of Eternities for Pat's business, so go check out. It's called Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar still at the moment, but we're changing that. We're rebranding into MTG Bazaar slowly. And yeah, it's the best business in Australia where it comes to signing singles and sealed for Magic the Gathering. It's not even remotely close. Also the best at running events and the best at supporting me. So make sure you support Pat. And thank him for the subs. Okay. Deck tech. So, yeah. So I wanted to build this deck around Requiem Monolith. It is one of the weird cards in this set. So, yeah. Until end of turn, target creature gains. When this creature is dealt damage, you draw that many cards and lose that much life. That creature's control may have this artifact deal 1 damage to it, activate only as a sorcery. This means that you can ping your guys for a card pretty freely, because you get to make that choice. And if your opponent wants you to draw that card and lose that life, they can have that happen as well, but then again, it's your choice to activate this, so it's pretty no loss. One of the things I really like about this is it can ping Screaming Nemesis, turn off their life gain for forever. And it also is a really huge card advantage engine with 5 damage removal spells. So things like Witchtalker Frenzy and Trinmore Stormbrood offer you the chance to draw 5 cards at once, which is huge. Additionally, I wanted to, sort of increase this sort of synergy with doing damage to our own creatures at the same time as, we don't actually have to do it if they've got creatures, so it is that optionality there. But against decks that play few creatures and maybe a more of a control deck, like the last deck we played against, I wanted to have the option of making this into a huge card advantage spell. So I've also included cards like Pain for All and Self-Destruct as ways of just taking advantage of this really... it's silly but cool idea of dealing damage to our own guys and to everyone all at once. So hopefully we'll get some really cool lines off with it. I'm hoping that it somewhat falls together. There's not much precedent for a deck like this, so I'm hoping that we get some really cool lines out of it. Hellkite as well, interestingly. I've had some questions about this one, talking about the set. I really like it. So it is a 3-mana warp haste flyer, so it means that if you warp it, you still get it, the damage for a turn. A lot of the warp creatures, there's only 2 with haste. The other one is the black 2-drop. And one of the reasons I think that they're designed this way is that having haste on these creatures make them a lot better, given that you actually get a turn of attack in. So this gets to deal 1 damage to an opposing creature, and then also gets to get 4 damage in at the same time. So rewards, Kitty Hyper Remote. Oh, we got a thing. Choo choo for the hype train, I guess. All right. I'm not super familiar with hype train stuff at the moment, but there we go. Hope you guys enjoy that. Anyway, let's get into the matches, I guess. Fingers crossed this works. I don't know. We've seen some really cool things, like both from our opponents and like some really cool lines that we've been able to pull off as well. So, you know, aside from a couple of people, I think everyone's sort of come into this event with the right attitude. All right, this does the thing. Red. Cecil, hey. Let's get rid of this Kazi Revenant for value. No blocks. Ah, the Saboteur. I think we'll go red again. And we'll go Fear of Missing Out. I think I want to get rid of this Burst Lightning. What's the... It's discard a card, right? Yeah, it's not attack. I was thinking for a second it was a really good use of this Nova Hellkite, but I don't think it's gonna pan out like that. Good, no blocks. Collector's Cage. Interesting. So let's attack with both of these. All right, I'm gonna have to remove this Cecil anyway, so let's just get rid of it now when they're tapped out of their Zac. Get them to 10. They're playing a little faster than I would like. I haven't really had the chance to resolve this. Ah, the Demon Wall. See if they got something cool off this Collector's Cage. All right, we're getting the counter. So my assumption here is whatever is under this Collector's Cage is a creature. So if we go to attacks, they can put this on, then it's like then if, right? So if we can respond to this trigger, we can take them down to 2 creatures. Then they don't get the effect, I believe. So I want to try attacking with this 3 power Fear of Missing Out at least. So we're going to lose this Fear of Missing Out in this exchange, but that's okay. Of course it can attack now, yeah. Problematic. So many Demon Walls. So not getting this last card type into the graveyard sort of been tough here so far. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to remove one of these now. I don't think there's any need to attack. Oh, they got everything's got menace. Just everything in the world has menace. Alright, we just can't do anything about it. Alright, we'll just take it. That's cool. Okay, menace the deck. On your Doomwake. Nice little synergy overlap there. I think we would have been fighting on the play. Unless we were on the play. In which case, there's nothing we could have done. But no, just didn't get that card advantage engine online. Well, unfortunate. Okay. A mill mage, perhaps? Try the Screaming Nemesis here. I mean, they may have counters, I'm not sure. Get lost, okay. I will. Come on. Come on, let it resolve. Come on. Yeah. Ooh, I like this card a lot. Shadowy Backstreet Boys, as long as you'll tap me. Yeah. I can't improve on that. That's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Equal to your life total. Yeah. Okay. So they mailed us 20. So let's start trying to reduce their life total a bit. Cecil, Dark Knight, fine. We can happily draw that. So no life gain you. And let's do you for black. So these Hellcarts are interesting here, whether we go for the warp and just try and get damage in directly or not. Just go for the hard cast. So it looks like our opponent is reading our cards, which, you know, fair enough. River Churn. I mean, we're kind of basically dead then. thanks for the awful tapping, as usual. So they're going to mill us 2 here. We'll go to 23 cards in the library, 24 cards in graveyard, and then they can untap and they can exhaust this for lethal. Deck Death. Oh well, it's been 2 awkward matchups. Just didn't get our aggression on there quickly, so a little unfortunate, but that's okay as well. It's a very slow hand. Might throw it back. This isn't a lot better. Let's go to 5. Do we dare to believe in the dream? Of course we do. Of course we do. Gene Pollinator. That's what they call me, the Gene Pollinator. Deep Root Pilgrimage with this. Okay, that makes sense. I see what you're doing there. So we're playing against Merfolk. My least favorite deck of all time. More Deep-Root Pilgrimages, okay. Now, you gonna play a Merfolk now? Kanata Scout would be good here. Okay, River Herald Scout will be good eventually. Not quite as good right now. Okay. Mm-hmm. Take 2. Yep. Yep. Dear opponent, please make a move. Please make a move. Does Pain for All do a cool combo of some sorts? Yes. Ish. Let's get rid of Jean. The Pollinator. I mean, the combo is essentially do a lot of damage to your creature. Like, it's not that complicated, I guess. It just means that the Screaming Nemesis does the damage twice instead of once. So. Not much card reading yet. That's fair. Alright. I'll block this one. Okay. Yeah, let's demo field there. Alright, so let's do 1 damage to this. Do 2 damage to them. Draw 1 card. Alright, so we do have lethal if we can get this Witchstalker Frenzy onto the Screaming Nemesis. Just the Sentinel. I mean, that's only 8 damage, right? So we can't block? I guess that's fine. So we're not going to be able to do all the thing that we wanted, because what we wanted to do was like draw 5 cards as well. But yeah, let's take action. I mean, I think hopefully this works. Let's do this. Okay, let's draw our 5 cards though. Okay. We got it off once at least. Let's see if we can get it off another time. A combination. Yes, indeed. Just the sort of mage that I am. The combination sort. So what would we want to get off this? We want to get one of these 2 off it, right? So we probably want to get a mountain off this, which means that we probably want to play this as a white source. Okay. Now I really need them to play non-basic. It's the downside here. Hey, that's one of them. Hell yeah. Great Arishan City. So I'm expecting black white sack off that, but might as well destroy it now. Most of the things that they could do with that mana, okay, it's a forest. In black white sack is respond to my removal spell with like a, you know, sacrifice my guy, draw 2 or whatever. Village Rights-ish effect. Corrupted Conviction, whatever the legal ones are. But it's not looking like that. So maybe an Abzan deck. That'd be cool. Haven't seen one of those yet. Cash Grab, Ketramo, Smalt Tender, Abzan. Okay. So presumably they're playing Insidious Roots as well, but maybe not. Osteomancer Adept and the Malt Tender. Okay, it's not land, but I don't think we're too worried about this. Actually. I mean, I really want to Nova Hellkite to kill this Malt Tender because it's just cool. But I think it's probably worse, so... yeah, let's just kill them the normal way. Okay, there's the roots. I'm very glad I killed both creatures now. And a Soul Cauldron. Alright, let's get the other Demon down. The Screaming Demon. The Demon of the Screaming. This is very close to lethal with the Twin Maw, so... one of the best things about Screaming Nemesis is its ability to win through developed boards, so... don't combo me. Be very difficult without Tifa, I think, but we'll see. Shivan for Red. How we doing? How am I finding Demo Field? It's fine. Maybe not the ideal card for the situation. I wanted to play quite a few lands though, so I was like, okay, well, we do the Sunken Citadel, Demo Field, Fountain Port thing. We get some utility out of that, but I think in retrospect, it probably could be a different land package. If that answers your question, well. Also, I'm assuming that's Colin Harris, but I don't know. A lot of people like Shivan Dragon, so. It is? Nailed it. How you doing, Cole? I think they will trade here. I don't think it largely matters. I think it's still the same line if they want to try and trade, because then we can Lightning Helix one of the blockers. And if they block with all three, then we just get to kill them, so... okay. Sort of a happy-ish medium for them. Given that has Death Touch and I missed that. Oops. 2 damage to the face. Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to try and Helix and Hellkite them out. I should have read that properly. Oh well. Is that Lenore Elf? Yeah. Nothing with flying. Have I done any drafting yet? No, I haven't had the chance. So we're on our... This is our 4th deck? 4th constructed deck? So... yeah, no drafting yet. I think some of the other guys are. So I think Ben and Chia were doing some drafting. But I don't think they're streaming it, unfortunately. I'm really interested to see what sort of draft format it is, because this is going to be the one for the Pro Tour as well, so kind of unusually relevant format for a Pro Tour, which is still like 6 weeks away or something. But I deferred my invite, so I don't have to prep that. 15, 20 damage. Almond Song followed. Thank you very much. We appreciate all the follows. Doesn't let me know how to say your usernames if I get it wrong, which is somewhat likely at all times. I'd defer if I had to go to Atlanta, TBH. Yeah, I mean, that's what I did. I generally can't make it, but... I mean, it's not like going to Richmond's like a much better travel destination. So, Richmond in the Winterverse is like, you know, autumn time in Atlanta. I'd rather go to Atlanta as a city, but you're just free when you're free. Boom. I really like this card. I really like this card. No Magic Con attached either, yeah. So I might not even have Pat coming with me, so it's going to be this weird time. So we'll have to see who gets invited, because I think I'm the only one who's 100% to go at the moment. Like, I guess Jose and Sean Henry will probably be queued for it. I haven't looked at their adjusted match points, though. So it's gonna be weird, but we've got a whole qualifier season to play out, as well as the Pro Tour for the the good boys who are already on that. So we'll work that out. Fingers crossed, though. I want a good group. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back, guys. So, come back to be 2-2 with this deck. The meme value hasn't really been there so far, so I apologize for that, because we haven't really been able to draw that many cards. But, I don't know, hopefully that turns around. Revenant down. Sort of shows off the mana base here that we can go Cecil into Lightning Helix now, which was just never a thing that you could reliably do before. I mean, weird card to play one into the other. One wants you to damage yourself, the other one gains life, but whatever. Alright. Hellkite. Let's see you, Lenore Elves. Not a bad little curve here. Is that Outcaster Trailblazer? Always get that name wrong, but yeah, that guy. Alright, well, we could be seeing a huge turn from them this turn. So I guess do your worst. Hellkite coming back next turn for us, so we've got quite a lot of pressure. Okay. Draw a card, make a mana. Can you keep the ball rolling, is the question. Esper Origins ain't gonna be able to do it. Alright, well, they go to 2. Esper Origins obviously gets them 1 trigger, but I'm not seeing how they're going to cheat on mana with just green mana. There's some, you know, our goodest boy, Luke McCandless, has come up with a great rug deck based around these interactions. But I don't know how you do it in just mono green. Okay. Good game, opponent. My red deck mid-range curve was fine. This new Screaming Nemesis card seems great. Hey, Hellkites look good. I don't know if we've learnt much else from this deck. This hand might give us a chance to, though. No, it just goes to creature. I think it's sort of like, it's like 90% of a Thundermaw Hellkite, except it's got a 3 mana option. Right? Like, it doesn't go to the whole board like Thundermaw Hellkite did, but that card normally only killed 1 creature. So, I don't know if I'm, that's Boomer Magic era at this point. Probably is, but... yeah, it gives me Thundermaw Hellkite vibes. So I'm just gonna decline, and we'll just kill it. Alright. So now when we kill things, we're going to do it for profit. Unplayable. In parentheses, it looks pretty good. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's got an interesting modality. I like it as a concept at the very least. That's not a creature. Alright, the old ping stick for some value. Come on, man. Hey Ethan, how we doing, bro? What up, what up? Not much, man. Just playing some Magic the Gathering, you know? Starting to really like this game. You get your thesis in? Okay. Our opponent's playing a lot of interesting cards. I'm not seeing what the overlap is other than like just card type, but I guess that's fine. Find out eventually, I guess. You're in the side quest Make a Fish bracket. Hey, Tim. I mean, that's the only bracket there is today. It's only best of one, and it's only in one event type, so. I know, it's a shocker, Ethan. I mean, it's also pretty indicative of of how long it's been since I've streamed, but yeah, sure. Why not? So I left that on top, so let's make them shuffle. And let's ping the Stomping Grounds, because it's turning on these. I guess they just go get a forest, so it's fine, but whatever. You should see the Discord. Casual streamers molding. What are they molding over? One class subject to go. Hell yeah. Almost there. Almost there. Jesus Christ, Pat. 10 more community subs from Pat. Pat, you're the GOAT. Yeah, if you got a sub from Pat, make sure to thank him. Youngster Dennis. Wow, dodge. Hey Dennis, do you follow? Also, hey Dennis, how you doing? Ah, see, that was your problem, Dennis. Juicy wussy here. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I was complaining earlier about playing against good decks. Like, the first 3 games I had, I didn't play against a card from Edge of Eternities, so that was a bit annoying. I mean, I'm making all these decks, in theory, in line with what Wizards have asked us to do in the past, even if this one was a little strange. But yeah, I mean, it's not set up well. No direct challenge, no best of 3. It's not ideal, but hey, it's better than nothing. Fish are being caught. Yo, thanks for the resub, Three-Head Monkey, aka Ari. Appreciate you as always. The king of Street Fighter. Especially where our relationship is concerned, and you're much better at Street Fighter than me. Ah, come on, let me have a guy. Let that guy draw some cards. Come on, come on. Was that just good timing, or is that manual? Probably manual. 14 months in a row? Just good timing. Alright. What's the artifact? This circle in the center of this, it looks cool, but it keeps putting me off. Like there's not, like out of the corner of my eye, it's making me feel like there's a permanent in play or something. Oh, I see how this works. Off standard, what's your 7-point Highlander picks from Edge of Eternity? It's a good question. I think we're just gonna burst lightning the Tez. So I haven't been playing very much Highlander, but I have been building a deck out. And I want to play some events because I'm going to be doing some coverage of it soon. We're going to have coverage at Canberra 5. So you should make it down to that. And then also the event to end all events. So I will be playing some Highlander soon. Just in terms of like... just in terms of like what I've been looking at is more double strike all-in stuff. And there's some white cards from this set that I really like and might push me into Naya colors. Second artifact, put a counter on each creature you control, activate on this sorcery. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, I want to have a look at that. I'm not entirely convinced it's going to be playable, but we're going to be talking about a Naya deck, I think, next. And I'll show you those cards then when we go through that, because I think they can be pretty good and sort of fill out around the gaps in that in those archetypes where they're kind of a little short on cards, or at least they were 6 months ago. But between Final Fantasy and Edge of Eternities, there's been quite a few more cheap creatures to sort of, and effects to fill out those slots to play like a, you know, like a combat trick centric, sort of aggro deck in Highlander, which hasn't really existed for a while there, so I want to give it a run. Shut up. Alright. So Ragos, new card as well. Artifacts you control are food in addition to their own types and have the food text. Sacrifice a food, it deals 3 damage to each opponent, and at the beginning of each end step, if you gain life this turn, you can untap the creature. The Lobster Citizen. One of the most lobstery citizens of all time. Come on, give us a creature. We want a creature. You're telling me a shrimp adjacent creature's fried this rice? Yeah, I mean, it's like lobster fried rice, right? I guess. It's very specific, I will say. Like, it is so weird, like, the taxonomy of creature names in Magic the Gathering, right? Like, this is specifically a lobster. This isn't a shellfish citizen, this is a lobster citizen. Like, it's weird where you get, like, entire families of creatures being called the same thing. And then the other stuff is like Viashinos, for example, now are just all lizards. Like, okay, so we've made that change. So they're just lizards. But then we have specifically lobsters. Granted, lobsters are real things in the world, but they're also not normally citizens, you know? So, I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. Still trying to hit me and hit me. Also, for the love of Christ, please play faster. Opponent deck kind of sick, though? Nah, it's fucking miserable, mate. Nah, it is good. It's just, they're taking a long time to play, and I'm getting bored. There we go. Yes. Let's make sure this is tapped correctly. Alright, we're doing it, guys. We are doing it. I suppose I should have gone face there, but like, yeah, fuck it. Another card. Okay. And then we swing in. Boom. All the pain. The pain of it all. Got him. Yeah, so I think it's like this deck sort of just seems like it's just good when it has Screaming Nemesis, which is to say, I mean, that's normally when decks are good. I don't know. We might have gone a little deep on this one, guys. I think it's certainly something to be said about the red mid-range cards played in the deck, but the Requiem Monolith is not quite it, I don't think. It's not like... It doesn't seem to be providing enough utility to build a deck around it, even though it is a very cool card. Maybe a different build someone else finds could do it there. But yeah, I mean, the games we're winning, we're just winning because we're playing good mid-range threats. So Okay, we might be playing against Delirium. That would be sweet. What is the card? Clash of the Icons. Go deep or go home. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm going deep and I'm at home, so that's nice. Just winning all over the shop. I think I'll play my interesting Delirium build next. Why are we playing so many fucking Warden of the Groves today? Like, I just don't understand. Ah, the Ouroboros. Which I believe I said correctly then, but there is no way of knowing. And then... Yep. What do you want, young lady? Now, let's see if we can get, like, the double pain for all off. That'd be good. I mean, is this why we're seeing this card so much? Is because people have been playing it with this? It's possible, right? Go on, target me. You've just seen the same two people. It's possible. I played against Doomwake like 3 times already. They're playing 4 Copperline Gorge. I mean, look, it is annoying that that's a thing that can happen. But to be fair to people, it's very tough to keep track of what's happening in Standard or how to play, like, which cards are legal in Standard. So, you know. It is good that their name is also Myalago. I mean, not for people who have access to the special guest event. I mean, a lot of them don't play that much Standard. Like, you know, a lot of these invites go out to people who are more community influencers and stuff like that, rather than competitive players. So, I think look, making it easy for people means that mistake doesn't happen, I guess. Yeah, I know. I just think it's just unusual for it to work that way. Like, it hasn't worked that way in the past, so... And Standard hasn't worked that way in the past, so... I don't know. I don't want to blame him too much. I'm going to take the dog out for a pee, because she was making a lot of noise. Be back. Alrighty. Like, if I was WotC, I wouldn't want people to play cards that aren't legal and Standard in the Standard event. Yeah, I mean, of course, but they also were, you know... Look, I think this is a good time for them to try out this method of having the same build of client that is live, because there's no Pro Tour around the corner. Like, it's more for, you know, limited for the Pro Tour players. So there were going to be mistakes. There were going to be things that were issues, and I'm glad they chose this moment to try it, because it could have been a disaster for other moments, I guess. So yeah, I mean, there's some stuff to shake out, but I will say that given the options from which to pick, it's a non-standard Pro Tour and it's ages away. So I think it's okay, but yeah, I mean, I think there was probably the option to construct a new format inside it, like a future standard sort of format thing with bespoke legality, but I have no idea if that's like within their within the scope of what they can do on the platform or not. So we're both doing Mardu, Fear of Missing Out, and you're doing Joshua things. Big Yoshi. Joshi. Not discarding anything, but you already have something really good to reanimate. So if they are to reanimate that card, we're probably just fucked, to be honest with you guys. I don't know what we can do about a Valgavoth. But, let's kill Joshi Boy. Yep, this is a Zombify. It's gonna be tough. Tough. Okay, I think we can just skip this one. That's fine. Yeah, nothing in our deck really beats that. GG's to our opponent. I think that's this one done, finally. Reanimator in the best of one queue. Yeah, I mean, again, totally fine to do if there's options to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I really wanted a best of 3. Like, that's the thing that I feel like we're missing. And I like direct challenge being a thing as well, but again, some things aren't ideal, but we'll live anyway. Alright, you guys get to see the madness, which is my new Delirium deck. Trying to bury the lead as much as possible with how I'm making this list. Can I hold off any more? I can. Okay, so far this looks like a normal-ish sort of Delirium build, but what we're adding is white. So we're doing Native Delirium. Some of the reason for that. So where is Honor though? One of the cards isn't legal. That's going to be very funny. So where is Honor? Is Honor just not on here? Interesting. Here's a deck for you. Does anyone know what happened to that?
Can you go by set number? I don't know how to do that. Can you... I mean, it's just not on here, right? Like, we go through the full list of things, and we got not collected on, right? So we've got not collected, no other filter. I mean, it's a white card, so it doesn't. So, I mean, it's just called Honor. So, it's not on here. I'm looking for the card. It's just called Honor. Like, the card is called Honor. Okay. Interesting. Do you know what the actual issue is? It's on standard. There we go. My fault. That's the issue. Here it is. There's Honor. And we get to do 2 Sheltered by Ghosts and an Arabella. That's somewhat correct. With 1 card off, it's advantage. Okay. I guess I'll do the lands, then I'll talk about the decision making in building this in this way. And the madness involved, I guess. And I need a single plains. So the mana is a little awkward-ish, but we'll talk about that. Let's call it Night Delirium. All right. So let's talk about this deck list a bit. I'll add it to the event so it doesn't look as shitty, because with all the grayed out cards and whatever. Totally normal. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Right, so there's this issue with Delirium rotating out exactly 1 card, but that 1 card was really good for the deck, even though it's not even a good card, which is Seed of Hope. So Seed of Hope is rotating out, and there's not that many replacements for it. So the question becomes, how do you want to build these decks? At the same time, we had a bunch of new good cards come into the format, and one of them is Seam Rip. So Seam Rip had me thinking. I was like, okay, what if we can add white to this deck, make it more of a Terra Magical Adept deck with way more enchantments in it, and sort of get that reward from the mana base, because the mana base doesn't make you pay that much for having the 3rd color, and then also increase our non-creature, non-land card types by a significant factor. So the previous decks played exactly 4 enchantments, which was 4 Fear of Missing Out. Some played Summon Brynhild, and I didn't quite like that much. But once that you have this package in, Summon Brynhild becomes quite good again. So we get 2 Sheltered by Ghosts and 3 Seam Rips to add to the deck, which means that Terra becomes a much better card, and also just... and because it mills 5 cards as well, it's also attractive for this deck because we're missing some of the earlier Delirium enablers. So we want to hit this on 3 a little bit more consistent than we did. We want more card types to be able to discard to things like Fear of Missing Out and just through general play of the game. And then additionally, we want to be able to be rewarded for, with more power for putting more colors into the deck. So white was the natural fit for me there. I've had people ask me a lot of times about Jund Delirium. I just don't see an argument for it at the moment, unfortunately. Part of the reason for that is the mana base, though. So let's talk about that. Both Stomping Ground and Sacred Foundry are becoming legal. So unlike Jund, where it doesn't have any of the 3 jewels other than Stomping Ground. So both Overgrown Tomb and what is it? The black-red one. I can't remember at the top of my head. Are not legal. So the mana becomes a lot easier in these 3 colors than those 3 colors. Additionally, there's not that much good self-mill in black. Like you have Overlord of the Balemurk, which admittedly is quite good, but doesn't impact the board immediately. And you also have things like Quag, I don't know, the removal spell, Quag something. Blood Grip, thanks, Shane. Quag Feast, that's it. It's called Quag Feast. But nothing in the 1-drop slot or anything like that. So I was like, okay, why don't we go a little bit more enchantment heavy, get some more value out of Terra at the same time as leaning on Terra to get us to our Delirium a little bit more than we were in the past. And then we also have access to some other cards that we were losing the equivalent of. One of those is Cathar Commando. This replaces, I forget the card name as well. It's a 3/2 from New Phyrexia that has Proliferate or Naturalize while you sack it. This is obviously 1 toughness smaller, but has Flash and can sort of fill that slot for some incidental enchantment and artifact removal that you can head off Breakout. Can Kabloom, thank you. And then the other card we picked up is Dual Sun Technique. So target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn, just period, it just does that. And then if it has a +1/+1 counter on it, you get to draw a card. We can get that counter 2 different ways. We can get it from Honor, which puts a +1/+1 counter on a creature and draws a card. And we can also get it from Rubble Belt Maverick. So Rubble Belt Maverick, ETB Surveil 2, an early-ish Delirium enabler. And then exile this card from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery. Not a bad way just to grow things, period. But also it has some synergy there with this minor +1/+1 counter package that we've got in here at the moment. So I guess this deck it's sort of a really weird build and something that I don't know if it's good yet, but I think it's probably worth the risk of going for that 3rd color to get some power out the other end. And let's give it a go. Let's see if it's actually worth doing. As you guys are probably seeing by now, I really like Seam Rip. Like, I really like that card. That card being legal makes a big difference. Okay, yeah, this is capable. Alright, let's pay the life. Go do the thing. It's already got all our colors, more or less. I think we just want a forest. One of the great things about Bushwhack in this deck is that if you've got a hand with Fear of Missing Out, it's actually just 2 types, right? So you go Bushwhack for a land and then you just pitch it immediately, but you still, you win in the end, so to speak. But with this hand, as it is, I think I'm actually just going to get rid of the other Fear of Missing Out. So this will be online from this breakout at any point that we need it to. Well, no, I mean, not from the breakout, but you know what I mean. From any other mill. So the Terror is actually a great draw for us there. Each opponent discards a card. So we can choose to discard something that's going to give us Delirium, if that's what we want to do. Obviously this has got Death Touch, so it's a bit of a pain. I think I'm, do I want to get rid of that? Yeah, I think so. Well, this is lethal, so we're just going to take lethal here. Or, you know, deal lethal. See how they block, but it doesn't matter. So 19 damage. Nice and easy. Classic Delirium line. Let's jump back in. Yeah, totally capable here. Sacred Foundry doing some work. Infestation Sage, okay. Alright, let's get the Wickerfolk out and attacking. Bartolome del Presidio. Good use of a seam rip here. And let's double down on our Wildfire Wickerfolk. This card's way too good. I can never get over it. It's just way too good. Oh, cool. Cosmo Grand Zenith. I mean, so we could try and go for Delirium by hitting it off Terra, which is interesting, but I think we're better off just attacking and then overprotecting. We'll see if they block with Zenith, but I have to assume that they will. Yeah. Okay, so they're on 9. Another. Alright, now they get to make a lot of guys, so that's pretty good. So now we really want the trample. Fingers crossed we hit. So instant in already. So we can take that, but if we submit 0, then we get Delirium. So I think we're submitting 0 here. Especially with another Wildfire Wickerfolk in hand. Trade 1 off, that's fine. Corrupted Conviction. Is this legal? Hard to know. I mean, this printing is in a non-legal set, but has it been reprinted? Think it's legal? Okay, great. I mean, it's one of those things that doesn't matter too much because it's like whether or not that's legal, the effect is legal. So it's sort of like, whatever. Unless you're playing too many of that same effect somehow. And just get them. Okay, nice. As far as I'm concerned, that effect is in every single set. Yeah. I mean, the one that most recently was printed is a it's a skull clamp, right? Like it's an instant that just skull clamps. It's like +1/-1, and if the creature dies, then you draw 2. So it doesn't always sacrifice the creature and give you the effect. if I'm remembering correctly. Which is worse sometimes. Like in some builds, that's worse. Oh. Stream for about 4 hours so far. Need to eat at some stage, I guess. Maybe that's for the week, though. I'm going to put that one straight into the graveyard. Is this the same opponent? I think it is, right? I wonder if they're going to get mad at me. All right. So instant sorcery, creature, whatever. We're good to go with that. We have all our fear of missing outs. So yeah, a little bit of Bartolome. Big Bart. I mean, it's going to get really big here. Despite the fact that they're just going to sack the Voice of Victory, we still need to block it to make them do it. So let's do that. Interesting. I don't think there's any need to do that like immediately, but I guess it's fine as well. It's also not that many reasons not to. Okay, we're gonna fear of missing out and get rid of another fear of missing out because this is too many. We were trying to find a seam rip there, would have been great, but not to be found. We're just going to keep developing the board here, I think. It's not worth attacking until we play out our whole hand. So, let's wait one more turn. Another Voice of Victory. Okie doke. Yeah, okay. Gonna get rid of the forest here. Okay, there's Violent Edge. Sure. Naya, baby. Just to explain this to people as well, because I always get questions about this, why I don't attack with both Fear of Missing Outs at once. It's because it costs you a combat step. So the way that the card is worded is that there's an additional combat step immediately after this one, and that's it. That's the only combat step that's happening. So if you attack with 2 at once, you only get 1 additional combat step. But if you attack with 1, then you get that additional combat step, and then you attack with the other one, you get another additional combat step. So you end up with 3 combats instead of 2. Nope. No, you don't get the combat step, I'm pretty sure, Tim. I mean, I might be wrong about how it actually works, but... Whenever Fear of Missing Out attacks for the first time each turn, if there are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard and tap target creature after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. Okay, let's try. No, you don't, because it's after this phase, there is an additional one, right? So there's not 2 after this phase. There's only 1 after this phase. I'm pretty sure I'm right about it, but if you can do some research and find out that I'm wrong, I don't mind. Ah, I run Mexico again. Alright, let's see if we can get a seam rip this time. There we go. Not so bad. I mean, the idea of this being like a chief delirium enabler, but also finding your removal spells is pretty sick, I think. Yeah, it seems like something we should look up properly. I definitely understand what you're saying, Tim. My understanding was it didn't work like that. It worked a different way. So yeah, I'm not so confident in it that I want to go further down the rabbit hole there. But that was how I believed it worked. So I hope that I'm right. Yeah, you don't on Arena, but at the same time, it's like Arena does handle some things incorrectly, so. But yeah, my understanding was it's something to do with the specificity of how it's phrased. But I'm sure that it's probably in the errata, right? I mean, I guess it could equally just not be, but it seems like the sort of thing I would like them to errata, or like, you know, have easily findable. Nice. It's a good hit. Mana's been pretty good, I will say. You know, I wouldn't accuse it of being astounding, but certainly not bad. I think I'll chuck the land in here because we can get another one off the bushwhack next turn. We get to get our good 8 damage turn 2 attack in. Ah, seen Rit before. Yeah, that's true. Look, I know Arena handles it in the way that I think, but it was one of the interactions that came up a lot with Restless Ridge, particularly because it has its own untap on it, as well as on Ren and Realmbreaker. So those are the ones that those are the interactions I'm used to it mattering for. Mostly because things end up untapped because of vigilance and whatever, and an additional untap trigger. GG. Don't worry, it's just 30 damage. I think at this point I've done these Delirium interactions so many times I'm not as excited as I should be. I played a lot of this deck though. Well, it's not in the errata, so that's annoying. Mixed reviews on the webs, but from how wording is on FOMO, as it doesn't say you get an additional combat phase like something such as Lightning Runner, just say there is an additional combat step. I would assume if multiple attacks, it would just be +1 combat step. Yeah. I mean, it's as clear as mud, you know? They've done a great job of obfuscating what's going on, so... But yeah, I think it is that way. So we don't have the mana to the Cathar Commando right now. I think I want to just honor and see how we go. We can Seam Rip should we need to. Okay, so yeah, we still don't get to Delirium. It's one of the issues with not having the cheaper enablers. It's probably better to Seam Rip the Deep Root Pilgrimage, but this is more fun. So let's do that. My bad, Lightning Runner has same template, so who knows? Not me, I'll tell you. Ah, come on. I want those lands. Sure. Floodbit Stringer. Bit of a non-bow, right? Given it's got vigilance, but I guess it taps with its last ability. That's fair enough. Yay, we can attack. So they're probably just going to reshuffle this, I'm assuming. I'm going to attack. Okay, mana hasn't worked out this game, that's for sure. There's good chances though. I mean, it's pretty random sometimes. I think that's okay. Much rather keep this Patchwork Beastie, so I'm going to flash in this Cathar Commando and try to block. Well, successfully block, but then, you know, we'll see what they do. Oh, okay. Deal. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it was the +1/+1 counter I was seeing it. My bad, guys. I couldn't even do that. Beep. It is pretty wild playing this deck with removal in it. I'm not used to it having any removal at all. Alright, so are we going to start seeing why they have a Thrumming Hypool in this deck? Just as a win con, or because we played them before and we just didn't get to see what this card was meant to do in their deck. Is it just like lots of blockers or something? I'm a little unsure still. Ah, come on. Should have just said no. We'll go to 35. Have no castable spells in hand. Ah, it's Jean. Oh no, I could have had a combat trick. Why did you stop playing around it? Because it made sense? Okay, fine. I mean, obviously this card's great in multiples, it's just... Here's the issue. Now that I've found this, I've milled the mountain. So, guess we're getting the forest. Still not casting anything. Definitely should have stopped milling under that condition. Shit. Guess it doesn't matter now. I think we might have lost this one. I mean, I suppose Arabella can kill. And we are on a lot of life. Oh, I didn't see those ones attacking. Okay, whatever. Decline. Another white-green land. Why just that one? It's interesting. No attacks. Could I have conceded 3 minutes ago? Quite possibly. Forensic researcher. Okay. Getting really close to a concession then. Okay. Game's lagging a little bit. It's alright. Nice job, opponent. Did they have the ley line? What ley line are they playing in that deck? I haven't seen the reason to play the deck yet. Well, those combination of cards. There's two independent things which are good, but... You choose a creature type and all your stuff. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I played them 3 times and they just haven't had it yet, I guess, so... yeah, presumably they're playing that. Yeah. Oh, well, that makes way more sense then. Because if you're making, you're making a bunch of merfolk, so then all those merfolk become slivars. So some effects can add phases to a turn. They do this by adding the phases directly after the specified phase. If multiple extra phases are created after the same phase, the most recently created phase will occur first. So it's just like, so it's not the templating on the card itself, it's just how the rules work. Is that the conclusion we're finding there? That, because in my head it was because of the way that Fear of Missing Out is written, but reading that doesn't seem like it. Yeah, whichever one. Tell you what, it's nice to have an answer for that card. Anti-causal vestige. Oh shit. Pat, what are you doing? Pat just gave out 10 more gift subs. If you got one, make sure you thank him. Pat, you're an insane person. And that was a little bit when you get cards like take an extra turn. At the end of that turn, you lose the game. Pay it back by buying in the bazaar tonight. Indeed. Indeed. Alright, so how are we for card type? So, I mean, we can just add sorcery, right? And then we're off to the races again. Fine. Good one as well. So what does Arabella do there, right? Like it does 4? Attacks deals X damage to each opponent, and you gain X works as the number of creatures you control. Oh, power 2 or less. Okay. Yeah, so it's only just the extra 1. But still good. So many noises. Thanks, Pat. It says not as strong as Final Fantasy, but you better believe I am purchasing 4 of the Seam Rip Magic the Gathering cardboard game piece. Yeah, I mean, it's a good one. That Eldrazi is quite good as well. I think I really like the Eldrazi. I like the Eldrazi. I like the mill Landfall insect is really good. There's like there's not as many build arounds as there are in most sets that have been getting released over the last year or two, but the cards which are, I mean, there's like a high number of playables, I think. They're just not archetype defining in the same way that we've seen 1 to 2 cards in most sets, so. The issue with cards like FOMO is usually where they untap all creatures you control after this phase is an extra combat phase, where if you untap your creatures twice straight away, you can. Right. Yeah, I mean it's not normally that open ended. I agree. And there's always like things like, oh, if this is the first time this has done this turn or whatever. I mean, it's pretty common to be. Trajectory. Let's do this into Terra. Get nothing other than Delirium. So we get quite a lot. Batsy. All right. Let's see if we get a white sauce. And there we go. That's what's... Stab is legal, not disfigure. I made this mistake in a video a month ago. I was like, disfigure's legal. And then someone was like, no, it's not. And I was like, oh, shit. But stab is legal and stab is disfigure. And an extra card while you're at it. Thank you very much. And we get you back. And then I do this. And we get the Cecil anyway. Which figure? This one. Whee! Drawing a card off that's kind of silly. It's sort of funny though. Like, it's not the sort of card that like you're hoping to keep playing the game after casting. Although, you know, like sometimes you'll use something like Advantage just to get first strike, so could fit in with that sort of plan. I think the mana in this deck needs a little bit more shaking out. Like, we've been punished by it a couple of times. One of them mattered, the other one didn't. But just need to fine-tune it a little bit further. That being said, I'm pretty happy with where it's at. Like, given first time playing it, whatever. Very happy with the Terra Seam Rip. Shuttled by Ghost package. The double strike plus counters on Honor and stuff like that. Maybe a little less necessary. Like, maybe this becomes a red-green deck that just taps into white for the removal spells. That could be the way to go. I'm a little unsure still. I go first. I think I'm going to mulligan this. Yeah, we'll keep this. Seems good. I think I want the land. But yeah, I mean, it's 4 spells in the deck. They could just all come out and be like 2 more, 3 more Violent Urges and an extra Overprotect, something like that. Like, which is the more typical way to build the combat trick package in a deck like this. But I did want to, you know, try something else before relying on Old Faithful. I don't think I'd want Surveil Lands. You'd be mistaken, my friend. So the Surveil Lands versus Fetch Lands versus Creature Lands sort of things in this deck has just been, it's been one then the other, like just based on what you're expected to play against. You should certainly have to normally have to play some number of come into play tapped lands, and when you do, sometimes you want them to be creature lands for longer games or more explosive off the board finishes, and then other times you want them to be surveil lands for, you know, the other reasons. So attack all, let's find out. You found the rule though. It's 500.8 and I believed you. Also, this is already how it worked. Like, I think the only disagreement was whether it works differently not on Arena. Right? I mean, it's only 3 types anyway, so might as well get the card. That's funny though. That is funny. Funny. Yeah, we're just attacking. The issue with the white-red lands, if you're going for the white-red base lands, is they don't enable Bushwhack. And Bushwhack is one of your better color fixes that you already have access to. So I know what you're saying, but there are reasons why you don't go for Sacred Foundry for Inspiring Vantage, because that means you're a white-red deck effectively. And if you're deciding to be a white-red deck, I'm for it, but I'm not for it for Delirium, because Delirium is a base green deck. Like, even the green-red variants are like almost all forests. And way more green pips than anything else. So if you want to be a non-base green deck and you want to be a Naya, 100%, but I wouldn't think that that deck would be Delirium. But, hey, maybe things will evolve. Be the only... Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, but then you're missing out on the ability of Sacred Foundry to turn on your Verges. I don't know. It's not easy. I'll say that. There is also the option of going for like Fabled Passages and those come into play tap land slots, and then getting some further, oh hell yeah, optionality based on that. Well, this is slightly annoying. Spend my Violent Urge here instead of the Seam Rip. In that case, same man base, but with -4, yeah. Yeah, I forgot it was legal. Yeah. I mean, that's why we're in Naya, right? Here it is. A Questo Besto, hey? Urgent Necropsy is quite good against your deck. I fail to disagree. Seems solid enough. I don't want them to Questo Besto, so slightly inefficient use there, but I guess it's okay. People certainly train with Cosmogoyf. I mean, it's got a lot of things that it can do, right? Like, we've got things... I mean, Master Price is critical here. We've got things such as, you know, Summer Hild helps there, which I didn't even think about. But Questing Druid, being on an adventure helps. Urgent Necropsy with Collect Evidence helps. Interesting to do it in Jund instead of Abzan. I assumed Abzan just because of... what's he called? Ketramos? The Moose. But there's no real reason you'd have to be in Abzan and playing Ketramos, right? It just seemed like an additional overlapping good card. There was a neat deck earlier that had Cosmogoyf plus the 6 Black Demon that... Oh, okay, yeah. Doomsday Excruciator plus Cosmogoyf. That's interesting. Uh-huh. Well, I want to make this have 3 toughness. And I don't want to cast that. I'm definitely not a Cosmogoyf believer, and kind of the viewpoint that you can have your 2-drops be as large as you want, but if all it is large, then it is not good enough. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that, like, these interactions are pretty strong. Like, if you're just playing good cards, and Cosmogoyf is good while you're just playing good cards, and you're also getting another synergy reward, what's this? Possibility Technician. Whenever this creature or another Kavu you control enters, exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a Kavu. Oh, Kavu. Pretty cool card. All right, let's get an Overprotect, because we're dead otherwise. But yeah, like, I mean, this is like a silly amount of power. I think that. All right, there is, like, you know, room in most formats for size to matter. Maybe not this one, but, well, maybe not the one just gone, but considering all these sort of things, and you can go actually pretty low to the curve with all your creatures, and then in addition to that, have things like Dark Confident to make sure that you get that, you know, amount of cards keeping on happening and stuff like that. I'm pretty keen on that. Oh yeah, good game. Go for it, bud. Hit me for 6. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Like, it is the sort of card that you want it to be among a suite of 2-drops where you're playing quite a few 2-drops. Like, you don't want it to be a curve 2-drop, but you want it in a, like, you know, like a legacy sort of curve, right? Where it's like, oh, I'm playing Tarmogoyf in this deck, but, you know, I'm trying to cast my Tarmogoyf on turn 6 as a closer, sort of thing. You know, that was the sort of card that we were missing from that Esper deck, though. So, I don't know. I couldn't find a build that I loved, so I don't have one today. That being said, yeah, I can definitely see it. Consider it as a target for Analyze opponent if I was already playing Analyze. Yeah, that's fair. Casting 2 drops on turn 4. Yeah, exactly. I do think that there's, like, you know, the potential for that overlap to be pretty good with Dark Confident being legal. So... Diversion unit, hey? It's a good one. Yeah, I mean, scalable, right? If you're miscellaneous aggro deck in the mid game, you top deck a 2 mana 10, 11, or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like as I was saying, I think that's actually totally fair anyway. Like, your view of this is totally fair as well. It's a build around. It could be too cute. It could also just be massive. It could be the right tool for the right deck. Hard to know. Hard to know. Why is that emoji so large? Try and stop him. Alright, well, one way or another, this is the last match with this deck. It has been very good, to the surprise of probably no one. And I think, yeah, I'll come back with a different version of it next. I mean, I might as well bluff this. I'm happy for that exchange to happen. Yeah, so I don't want to do it, but that's okay, because we're just... What we really want to do is we just want to bushwhack this thing. I often get asked why my stuff is so large. Yeah, your ass. This card's really interesting. Like, just the cost and, like, for the warp. I don't know, it's so open-ended. Do your worst. It's pretty good. Given the sort of absurd turn 1, turn 2 starts you could get off Emery and Tamiyo in Modern, it sort of fits into that mold, you know what I mean? Like, where it's like, if the hand doesn't work out, it's not as good, but we're already playing cards that do that in those decks, so... I'm not saying a complete believer, but I could definitely see it. Hello, opponent. Would you like to take $1 million? Certainly seems good with $1 million Thoughtcast effects. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, between Thoughtcast and Thought Monitor. Is there a third one? Is it just those two? I think it's just those two, right? But assuming you can keep the gas coming. Seems like a thing. Well, let's claim our prizes. Oh, nothing. The blue-white Thoughtcast from me. Oh, yeah, the Sphinx's rep one, yeah. Voyage Home. There we are. There's a third blue-white one not really played. Yes. I might be done for this stream sesh. So it's been... oh, you guys use bits to do it? That's how you made it big. I do have one more deck, but I'm not sure if it's like the vibe. It might be too good. It might not be good. I'll show it to you guys. I'll see what you think. But I do need to eat at least. Alright. Can y'all see that? Let me look onto my stream page. Yeah, so this was the last deck I had, which is way more of a Doomsday Excruciator, Mill Wincon, Demonic Council deck, which I'm interested in playing, but it is slower and it might just not be the vibe for early access. And to be honest, I think it's not as interesting to watch in this form at the moment, but we'll come back to it for sure. But yeah, the old Riverturn Monument got to win somehow. Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to win. Like Riverturn Monument and Riverturn Monument. Singularity Rupture though. Juicy Woozy, you gonna mill him? Gonna mill him. Yeah, I mean, like a Singularity Rupture kind of does it. And we've also got, you know, the Restless Reefs, you know. Another standard deck that is cool cards plus busted 3-drop. Yeah, I mean, like, I was building this deck and I'm like, what's it missing? I'm like, oh yeah, 4 Preacher. Just put 4 Preacher in. This is the deck I want to try. So what are we trying to win with? Terminal Velocity? Let's put it on thing. So you may put an artifact or creature card from your hand on the battlefield. That permanent gains haste. When this permanent leaves the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its mana value to each creature. And at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this permanent. So you get to blow everything up with a giant lifelinker or something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's cool. It's definitely cool. But not my vibe, I don't think. It's very U-turn. And step Plague Wind. Yeah, I mean, like, you win those games, but then you're only playing 4? You know? You got a lot of card search and stuff, so, you know, it'll happen a reasonable amount, but... Yeah, I don't know. I just don't vibe it, for me. I'd be happy to watch you play it, though. That'd be cool. It only clears the board, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you drew a card for each creature killed, or I don't know, you kind of like, obviously, Sorrow of 7 Deaths makes a million life points happen because it, you know, it's the creature that deals the damage. But yeah, I think it's missing one more unfair thing it can do, in my opinion. That's sort of how it feels to me. All right. Oh, Runescarred Demon? That's more like it. Yeah, that's more like it to me. Alright, that's it. I think I'm done. Thanks so much for hanging out, guys. Thank you again, Pat, for all the support and the million subs. Thank you for everyone who helped to make the stream happen. And I guess I'll see you guys soon. So once this set's legal, we'll be doing some other stuff as well. But in the short term, catch me on the YouTube. If you don't follow MTG Bazaar on YouTube and wherever else you can find it, please do that. That would help me out a lot. And yeah, let's hang again soon. Catches.